Alrighty then. Without further ado, I guess we get going, huh? Woke up before me for once. Oh, every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks, my sleep schedule cycles to the other half. That's good. There's a couple things I forgot in the last tutorial. I guess I'll just get right into it. Okay, there's a couple things I forgot in the last tutorial. One of them is in stage 3. I mostly forgot like the order in which to, because this is kind of important for anyone. I can give like a general outlook for this stage, this last stage I did, which is stage 3, and what I mentioned was that there is a lot of health management going on in this stage. So where the hell is that screen at? Okay, so the first thing is if you're really low on health, like say you have 2 HP here, I'd say if you have 4 HP or less in this screen, maybe 3 HP or less, depending on what you prefer to go for. I would skip this eyeball boost here. I would just actually kill him, and I guess the best way to kill him is not that. It would probably be something like that. A cross will kill him in 1 hit. So let's pretend we've taken a hit. Oh, I got here with 2 HP. I suck. I can't go for the eyeball boost. This would be the first thing you get rid of, is this eyeball boost. And then the way to handle this down here is to kill this guy. I would just drop and throw 3 crosses. Oh, I guess I can't do it from there. Can I make that? Okay. You would drop and throw 3 crosses at the same time. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Or just straight whips if you don't want to whip cancel. I do whip cancels personally. And then come on up this way, jump on the stairs here. There's a stair boss there, so if you don't want to jump on the stairs, that's fair. You can just walk up the stairs. Yeah, a few frames shorter. So that's the backup. That would be the first thing I'd drop if you don't have enough health. The next thing I would drop would be, well, most of the big boosts happen in the waterfall, and they're all pretty damn important. So the one, no, that's stage 2. So if you've taken a bunch of hits here, like say you have, say you've taken so many hits in the cave that you have like that much left. I would skip this boost first. And then there's lots of boosts I would take. Oh boy, I kind of messed that up a little bit. I would definitely take this next boost up here. Because this boost up here is the whoa, come on you. I missed the fireball both times. Oh my god, I missed it twice. I would definitely take the fireball boost and get this ring up here. Now I can't. I'm forced to go this way. I would. The other option is taking the fuzzy boost, but skipping that one and just kind of going around and grabbing the ring like I just did. The only difference is that you have to keep in mind this fuzzy will be active, unlike before in the ring glitch section. There's another thing I would mention. So that's assuming you have like way too little health, like enough health lost to no longer be able to take 2 more boosts. Why do you skip it when you have 4 health? Because the one up there I think is better. For 2 reasons. Number 1, deactivating the fuzzy so you can go at any time and not have to take any damage. And number 2, I think it's less distance, isn't it? Like this is just this much distance. Whereas the other one is probably the same amount of distance. So anyways, yeah, again, it's a matter of personal preference. The last thing I wanted to mention that I forgot in the tutorial was in the final screen. No Triforce, correct. No Triforce tutorial. Oh, way back in the eyeball boost. Because that is probably the least amount of distance you could lose from not taking a boost out of all of them. I think all of them in the water, all that stuff in the waterfall is a little less distance. Could be a little more, I don't know. I'd have to test it. I'm so used to just resetting when that happens that I'm actually not 100% sure. But those are the 3 I would prioritize. It can't make that much of a difference. I guess test it for yourself, decide which ones for yourself are the best to get rid of. Okay, next thing I forgot in the last section was actually this part right here. So looks like I don't really have it set up, but sometimes there's a dragon that appears right here if you're too fast. There he is. So there's a reason for that dragon right there, and I'll show you exactly what that is. It's actually sprite limit. So that fireball, you can see that fireball that the dragon shot on the left side there. That fireball is part of the sprite limit. And once I grab this ring, the screen scrolls up a little bit more. So as you can see, the fireball was off screen just as it started moving up as I grabbed the ring. So connection with the ring is what causes the screen to scroll up. And if that fireball has been despawned completely, it takes a little more than the off-screen part. Right there, the fireball was still, it was barely off-screen, at least on my crappy TV, which has the sides cut off. But it was still technically existing according to the game. It takes a little more than that to fully despawn. So, yeah, there it is. So what I've found in terms of timing, in terms of how to use this in the run, I would say, whoops. I would say if you're too fast, usually that fireball winds up in the wrong spot, but it might be different for everybody. Like, again, we all reach these areas at different time. For example, I'm trying right now, I've already messed it up twice, but I'm trying to get to that spot on the right as fast as I can. And to do that, I gotta bump into the dragon head at the lowest possible point when it's first going up. Yo, what's up, Screezer? I have never said that. This is the second day into the tutorial, not the 6th. All right, moving on. So it's sprite limit. It's caused by whether that fireball from the previous dragon's on screen or not. If it's completely despawned, that dragon up there will spawn, and he's a nuisance, so don't let that happen. You just have to like find a timing for yourself as you're going through the screen. All right, with that said, move on to stage 4. Okay, we've covered everything else. We've covered the boss. As far as I know, that's all that I've missed, at least that I could find. So let's see. It starts with this staircase right here. There's a stair boss here. I don't remember exactly where it is. There it is. I found it. First try. It's somewhere right around when Simon reaches, I want to say, when he's like a third of the way into this this background door frame here. So yeah, there it is. I was pressing up and I went through the stairs. So there's the stair boss. I like to go right about there. So it's about maybe center right of the, when Simon is a little more than halfway into this door frame, like right about there, is what I think is the best spot. You do get a little bit of rubbing on this block right here. And that's what you want to avoid the most of. So if you go all the way up here, you get all that rubbing before you land on the staircase. You want to reduce that as much as possible without hitting the stair boss. And for me, the sweet spot is right about there. Right about, that looks right. Let's see if I can jump from there. Yeah, that looks about right. And that's probably the fastest way you'll be able to get up to these stairs. Yo, Gambit, welcome, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. Where's this music from? Yeah, Dragon's Quest. Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest. Not Dragon's Quest. So once you've reached up here, it's about maybe half a step when Simon's foot touches this green platform. That's about time to do a jump and a down whip. And then once Simon is, I guess, within these two boards right here, I would whip and hit these two candles at the same time. I failed. There we go. And then, so once again, it's like here. That was wrong, but that's okay. Either way, getting these hearts doesn't matter too much. That's just my way of doing it. It's my personal heart order that I take. There we go. That's what I wanted. Hit both those hearts at once. Okay, and then the skeleton. All right, so my usual, so the the reason I grab those hearts is because the second of those hearts is like a visual for me to do the next jump whip. As soon as I grab the heart, let's get a better save state. Whoops, I hit the stair boss. Let me get a better save state up here. Okay. The reason I hit at least the second candle is because that heart is a good visual for immediately when I jump. Because if I'm any later than that, I bash into him, and I don't want that. So as soon as I grab the heart, that's my visual to do a down whip and a down whip. Diagonal whip and a down whip. No, I don't deboost off of this skeleton. Some people do deboost off the skeleton. That's right, I remember. That was an old strat at Two Cats. I remember while he was coaching me when I first started learning, he said that was just his kind of personal preference, and if I could find other ways, that'd be cool too. Toward the end of the stage, I do wind up with a bit of extra health. I guess it depends on what you want to do when you get to Coronat. You could always... I don't actually know how to do it. Maybe one stun? Yeah, like that. That works. Now, yeah, do that if you feel confident and you want one more boost for your HP. Personally, Coronat is a little chaotic for me, so I wanted to have at least one extra hit to take, and that's why I do. That's why I never decided to take this skeleton boost. But if you're feeling bold and you think Coronat's gonna go well, yeah, by all means, take that boost. You'll be 3 health down, and it's not gonna matter too much as long as Coronat goes correctly. All right, moving on. So we'll just start with my way. I keep the health, and I do that. Also, thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, so I was able to show that there's an option to take a boost there if you want to. So on coming down this staircase, this is the first staircase like this. It's tempting to want to just start holding down and right immediately, but actually you have more stair frames that way. Everything from here to here, you can actually skip and walk that far before pressing down and clip into the ground right there. So it's like right about there. So remember, the speed of this, the speed of stairs is all about skipping as many stairs as you can at all times. So if you were to clip into the ground in the right side of the area that you can enter the stairs from, if you can do that, then you'll have the most frame save. What's up, Neil John Rips? Leg day. Trust me, my legs are nowhere near as impressive as Simon's are. So actually, what I recommend, if you don't want to like accidentally overshoot it like I just kept doing right there, like I would go too far and I'd overshoot and I start crawling, well, you have the option of, as soon as you reach the spot you're confident with grabbing the stairs on, just do a left turn. That way you crawl into the spot. And just keep testing the distance here until you've got the perfect one. Moreover, on the bottom of the stairs, you can actually skip a few of them by jumping down right here. That'll save you another frame by skipping a few more stairs and having more floor frames. What's up, nerds? What's up, Gaijin Zero? All right, so right here, so you jump off the stairs, save 1 frame, throw 1 cross, and a down whip like that. That's just my way of doing it. That's pretty simple. This whole stage is actually pretty simple. I think it's going to go by pretty quick. So as long as you're consistently moving forward, these platforms will line up and you'll be able to just go. For example, if you were to wait around, yeah, now the platforms are not quite lined up. Anyways, just don't stop moving and the platforms will be lined up for you. Grab that candle along the way in between the 2 platforms, because that's a big heart candle. I recommend picking up the big heart candle. Not because it's necessarily needed. There's other big heart candles on the way, and there's plenty of hearts in this section, so this part shouldn't ever leave you dry on hearts. All right, coming into the next screen. Oh yeah, I recommend walking up those stairs. I have frame counted something like a jump to the stairs. I could not save time with that, mostly because the stair trigger, or the end screen trigger, is actually only a few stairs up. It's not quite the distance of the jump. Once I jump, I'm like further up there, and it winds up not saving as much as it looks, just because there's like extra frames that you have to go to. All right, next screen. So we're coming up. I recommend a neutral jump here, so you land on the very, very edge. If you want to be safe, just hold up and right. That'll make it so that you land here. If that guy would get out of the way, that would make it so you land here. The reason I recommend a neutral jump is so you can go left a little cleaner. You see how much closer to the edge of the ledge I am from a neutral jump? That's because I want as few frames going left as possible, because that's where progress is. All right, and then the next section up here. Actually, what I do is I just kind of get square with this first tile right here, and then I make the jump, and I make a forward whip kind of late. So it's a boost and killing the wall skeleton over there at the same time. It is possible to get the boost without killing the guy, but I don't recommend it. Just kill the guy. It's I don't even think it lags very much. It might lag like a couple frames, but I had a whole lot better consistency doing that. What's up, Swunch? Okay, sorry about that. Jump along these flippy platforms. So you're gonna get a clunk going to that second flipping platform. Yeah, I would recommend jumping out of those clunks. Not so much that one, but this next one right here. It starts clunking right here. So as I taught you about jumping out of clunks, you save one frame per jump, jumping out of a clunk. I would recommend going just to here with the clunk jumps, because then you have to deal with these skeletons. And there's a number of different patterns here. There's actually I actually made a tutorial on this a long time ago, but I never uploaded it, so it's like off the internet forever. There's a number of different skeleton patterns. I believe that's a pretty good one to start with. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so yeah, looks like I've got the best save state I can. Yep, Acraiser, Fillmore. Take this jump right here, and always do a jump whip right here, just in case of the early pattern. But, well, I should say the walking toward pattern. I'll just say the toward pattern. If he walks towards you first thing, like that whip will take care of that, and it's a lagless whip, so it's safe. Sometimes he'll throw a bone. If he does that, I would just do another jump whip. Okay, he went forward right there. Okay. Now, because every time you kill these guys, there's a lot of flame sprites, I would recommend will be uploaded elsewhere. I think eventually I'll upload it to YouTube, yeah. I think. I'll at least make it unlisted and have it as a backup in case the highlight gets borked here on Twitch. All right, so where was I? Yeah, different patterns. So he can walk towards you, he can throw a bone, or he can walk backwards. So there's the walking toward, and I accidentally... Okay, that was the throwing a bone followed by going backwards. He can do a number of different things after he throws the bone. I recommend just whipping him no matter what he does. Right after that, there's a wall skeleton there. Make sure that the flame sprites have gone away before you kill this wall skeleton. Otherwise, you're going to deal with extra lag. You're going to deal with... So the death of these sprites... Because look at all those flames. Those are all separate sprites, so they lag the shit out of the game. So you want as few of those as possible as you're going through them, and you are going to have to kill this guy in some way or another. Okay, there's the bone. Just do the safety jump whip for the early pattern, followed by, oh shit, he threw a bone. Let's do another jump whip. Wait for these flame sprites to go away, and then, oops, too late, and then kill the wall skeleton. Okay. I'm looking for the... I'm waiting for the... He's got another pattern that he's not doing right now. I'm waiting for it. Where is it? He has an away pattern. There. That's the away pattern. I'm just going to put a save state right here because we've already covered the early and the mid patterns. Here's the away pattern. So he can do a number of different things here. He can keep walking backwards. He can throw a bone. Or he can start walking forwards. That's... Okay, so if he walks forward, you could save a bunch of lag frames by jumping over him right there. He didn't do it there, so I was forced to have to kill both of them at once. That's incredibly laggy, and that's the gamble of doing this whip strat. So Joe, for example, does a cross strat, where it's pretty similar lag every single time. Yeah. Different skelly patterns. Are they completely random? Yeah, they are completely random. Whoops, missed. Oh, that was the forward pattern. I could have used that. Yeah, so if I see him going forward, I can jump over him and just do a forward whip and leave that guy alive. That way it saves a crap load of lag. There we go again. He did it again. Okay, that's the backward pattern, so this is going to be the most laggy pattern. All right, that's the gamble of doing that. Up, forward. Okay, thank you. Okay, that's the bone pattern. It's the same thing. If he gives me the bone pattern, I'm forced to have to kill both of them at once again. Check the hand cam. Did I fuck up the hand cam? Sorry about that. This happened last tutorial as well. I didn't notice until like stage 3 or stage 2 maybe that the hand cam was way off. Thanks for telling me. Okay, there we go. Hand cam's better. This is why I wear black sweatpants. So that the crotch is not the hero of my hand cam. If I were to wear like spandex or like a pink Speedo or some shit. Yeah. So I believe I've covered all the patterns. I'm just going to go through these guys a little more from the start. But first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show one more option other than these whip strats. I believe it takes place here. Cross throw. Yeah, that. And just use that last guy. That's the easy way. That will handle all of these patterns. Every single pattern will be the same if you do that. It's the least amount of learning is to throw a cross right there. It might be actually right here. I'm not actually sure. It's been a while. No, it can't be that. It has to be here. Yeah, it has to be there so that it bounces back and leaves that skeleton alive. That way you have something to boost off of. Anyways, yeah, if you do the cross strat, every single pattern will be the exact same strat. The only problem with that is you don't have a chance to save any lag frames. It'll always be the same amount of lag every time. But if you do it the whip way, what that does, that's the best pattern right there. The early pattern. What that does is it reduces a shitload of lag, but also it's a gamble because it has a chance to gain about 15 frames of lag. Assuming you get, say, this pattern right here, where you have to kill both at once. That is more lag than the cross. But most of the other patterns are less lag. Where is it? Yeah, that pattern is less lag. You can just visually see how little lag that is in comparison. All right, that is less lag right there. In fact, that's about equal amount of lag right there if you get the mid pattern. Depending on how well you kill these two guys away from each other. First frame jump off the green platform so they don't spin. No, I mean, yeah, you can. I don't recommend it, but like a first frame jump like that, if you get the first frame of landing, sometimes they won't flip. But if you're too early, they'll kill you if you try that. It wouldn't be a worthwhile time save, no. It would save like one frame just from jumping fast, at best. But if you do go for a first frame jump, you risk like getting your jump eaten by doing it too early, and then it kills you. Unless you decide to like double tap or some shit like that, which I don't recommend because I don't think it lines up very well with the whips right here. 1 in 8 chance for slower. I think it's let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I remember there being like a total of 9 possible patterns or some shit like that. Well, I guess 1, 2. I'm gonna say 5 to be safe. There's like only 5 things you really have to worry about. 2 of those 5 patterns will be more lag, but 2 out of those 5 patterns will be less lag, and 1 of those patterns will be the same amount of lag. I think it's a chance to have more lag, a chance to have less lag, depending on what you want to do. Yeah, I mean, yeah, at some point, I'm sure the world record will get to the point where you want to save every frame possible, and that could eventually come to the point of doing first or second frame jumps on every single landing. But I'm not sure if that's not hands down. No, it's a chance to be slower, a chance to be faster than the cross strats. So that's why I decided to show the cross strats. If you don't want to gamble the whip strats, just do cross strats, and it'll be 50-50 on whether it's faster or slower than your whip strats. I go for the gamble myself, and actually, the world record gets the slow pattern, so the cross strat would have saved time over the world record. Yeah, when humans evolve to be the task. Nah, I'm sure it'll take hundreds of years to match that. All right, the final part of the screen is damage boosting off these skeletons. So these skeletons at the end, I'm just gonna start from here. So these skeletons can do a number of things. You can see that they're sometimes close and sometimes far away. If they're, so this is close right here. So I'm gonna jump over both of them, boost off the second guy, and immediately get the jump afterward. That's far. Okay, that's a little further right there. So I can sort of see that in advance. So I know in advance to boost off the first guy or the second guy. And if you're not too comfortable with your reaction time, you can always just do like a turn back right before you're doing the boost. And then just be like, oh shit, turn back. Until you have more practice and you go for the boost without turning around. The release of the, yep, I saw the release of the new Ghosts and Goblins. I might play it. I'm gonna wait until after the tournament is done to play it. I actually have the game now. I actually have it on my Switch. I just have to find the best capture setup for my Switch. What's up, PCR guy? Yeah, in-air wiggle pretty much always works as long as you're past the guy. Okay, so the rest is just jumping and walking, and then heading to the stairs. I guess find your best visual to jump on the staircase. Mine is roughly in the center of these two blue blocks here. But a number of spots works. Just whatever reaches the staircase at the peak of your jump, and then just hold up for that, or up and left works. You moonwalk up. Okay, next screen. All right, the danger here actually is bonking on this block right here. This block extends pretty far, and I've actually died here. I've actually lost runs to being like, oh, I'm clearly clear enough to just make this jump to the left, and then I bonk and die. So don't let that happen. You have to go a little further than you think. All right, so this bit of movement is actually pretty tough. So it's a whip followed by a grab. It's actually a one-frame whip. It's a one-frame tap with a whip. But actually, I had a hard time doing the one-frame with the movement and the whip cancel here. So personally, I don't go for the one-frame. I just full jump it. But if you can get comfortable with doing a 1 frame here and getting the whip on this meat and moving out of the way in time, you might be able to do it faster than I could. But the fact that the meat has to drop a little bit before it reaches me, it just kind of means that I don't really, like, you could like jump out of the way of it if you're doing a 1 frame. Yeah, like that. You can go too fast. So ultimately I went with the full jump here. Even though a 1 frame is possible. I just couldn't quite do it. Oh no, I didn't turn the text-to-speech down. Hang on a second, let me fix the text-to-speech. Yo, Eternian Ebula. Eternia Nebula. Welcome. Thank you for the 15 months. Alright, let me fix the text-to-speech. I forgot about that. Where is it? Oh, text-to-speech. 0%. There we go. Also, I forgot to do that for donations and bits as well. Let me do that real quick. Finally, bits. Text-to-speech. 100, 0. Save settings. Okay, let's go. Oh, wow. I actually got a double spawn of the skeleton. So once you've done that, and you're able to gauge the distance of how far you should go to the left before turning right and jumping off of the flipping platform immediately, throw a cross. I do a same frame cross here personally. I think it's best to do a same frame cross. That way it's easier to jump out of it. Although it doesn't really matter, I don't think. You could do like a late frame cross. The problem is getting locked on this platform. And for me, my timing, I feel like it's better if I do same frame. That way I can do a quick jump out of the cross animation up there. How long I plan on streaming today? Probably until I'm done with stage 7 in this game. And then we'll see what I want to do after that. I might do stage 8 for all I know, depending on how much time I have left. What's up, World's a Rogue? All right then. So cross throw, and then depending on how far away he is, you can do a forward whip here. Try to make this forward whip early enough that the animation has stopped by the time you've reached the ground. That way you don't get locked on the ground. And then just in case you get a bad frame roll, like the cross hitting the candle and the skeleton at the same time, that can happen sometimes. If, say, the cross is like high, you didn't quite get a same frame input, that can happen. And it happens all the time. I do a safety whip downward right there, just in case that happens. So that's one of the skeleton patterns. That looks like I got it again. Okay, he's coming toward me, so I do a diagonal whip in that case. So far, I have never had a problem with frame rolls on this candle that exists right here. So I think it's pretty much safe to just always do that and assume that he's gonna die right there. On top of that, I make sure to the bottom heart of the row of 2 hearts is a big heart, and I like to grab it personally. At this point, having more hearts is more for swag than it is for anything else. It's to do the upside down ring in the next section. Okay, next section is just walking. Ooh, I didn't do the forward whip. I should have done the forward whip right there. It's a good thing I didn't get a bad frame roll. Okay, he's coming forward, so like that. Grab that. Okay, don't fall off this block right here, because that's 1 frame lost. You want to jump off of it. There's one danger when jumping to this block right here. If you're late, oops. So you want to make sure this is early and you land on the edge of this blue block here. Don't land on the flipping platform. It will be embarrassing and funny if it happens on stream, which it did happen to me a few times. So 2 boosts right here. Land on the edge. My visual for this bat boost is once I'm about halfway inside this green platform, maybe a little more than half. Yeah, I'd say flush with the start of this green platform here is where I'd jump, get the bat boost. That should give you just enough iframes this next skeleton boost, which I do recommend just because it's a little hard to get around him and the bat at the same time. You do have to get incredibly close to the skeleton, though. A lot closer than you think. But don't worry, the bat that gives you iframes will give you enough iframes to get up close and get through. Like this. If you're too early, like you saw the first time, like that, no, that's a little... like there. It seems like you're gonna get a boost to the right. I still might, I'm not sure, let's see. No, I actually did get the boost to the right, but this this hitbox is incredibly weird sometimes. Looks like I'm getting lucky every single time. There we go. It sure looked like I was gonna go to the right there, but I didn't. Anyways, just make sure you are right up inside the skeleton's grill before you make the jump to take the boost. And then that bat won't hurt you. Alright, Pwexel. I have a setup for Pwexel. Candle for a visual for that bat, really? Hang on, let me go back. Let's see the candle. That boost, I guess. Ah, okay, so as soon as the Simon touches the candle, I guess. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like it. Yeah. So if you go too far into the candle, it looks like you'll jump over the bat. But I guess as soon as Simon touches the candle, that's a pretty good visual. I like that. I've always used the ground for some reason. So yeah, pick your favorite visual. It always works. So it's safe to walk off of this platform because the sequence has already started. So like I said, for Medusa and for Rodane and for anytime you start a sequence, you'll see, for example, that when Simon sort of teleports. Let me get up closer. Right there. So boop, like that. So that's how you know you've started a sequence, and no matter what you do here, it's not going to save time. It's all about doing damage at this point. So it's safe to walk off of here. And I have a 4-jump setup here that I learned from Paul. Nice limp whip there. That was weird. My way of doing this is 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Once I've hit the ground, 1, 2, 3. You might have noticed that third cross is a cross plus whip. So that hits him pretty quickly. And then once I've done the cross plus whip, I have just enough time for 2 whips right there. Not so much if they are straight whips. It doesn't quite give me enough time for 2 straight whips because the pellet has already come down on the ceiling. But I like to use that time to actually cancel out the first whip and just make the second whip straight without a cancel, because the pellet is going to cancel me anyway by knocking me back. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you're going to get knocked back right about to here, and that's not going to quite going to be in range. You have to go like a half step forward. So it looks something like that. That's the full kill right there. Same setup? Yeah. Yeah, it must be a bad game. Let me start from the bat boost here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the Pwexel kill. Now, after the Pwexel kill is done, make sure you are hugging the right side of the screen as fast as you can. You pretty much do that whole thing on the left side, but once he's dead, you have just enough time to reach the right wall. Otherwise, you lose time. Okay, so let's say you end the room right here. This is what you have to wait for. Simon is doing that. And so don't let that happen. You don't want to lose time in the cutscene. You want to get moving as soon as you can. That way you are touching the right wall, and so all you have is that little blip, that little 1-frame exit coming into the next screen. Okay, next. There's only like 2 points where speed actually matters. One is this stair jump right here. Personally, I like to get inside the staircase before making the jump. And my visual for when I jump is when I'm about flush with this gray block. Then I make the jump. You might notice that Simon's head sort of pokes in there a little bit before he lands. You can actually use that to your advantage to get a tiny bit more space, more jumping. Tiny bit more jumping frames and a tiny bit less stair frames. Once you're at the top here, it doesn't matter what you do. The sequence has started. So how fast you grab this ring doesn't matter. There's really nothing I could show here for speed. This is basically an auto scroller. Does this count as an auto scroller? I mean, it's rotating. It's an auto rotator. This is my way of doing the Medusas here. Since I'm throwing all these crosses here, this is why I grabbed the extra cross, the big heart cross. If you don't have enough, if you happen to not have enough crosses here, it's an option to just do the other way, which I'll show right now. Okay. I don't really have any good save states. I'll just start from here. All right, so I'd say the easier way, if you don't want to learn to do the stupid, if you don't want to learn this stupid thing where you grab the underside of this, if you don't want to do that, just grab it and just crouch right here. So crouching will lower the Medusa's spawn point in a way that you could just literally sit here. I wouldn't kill these Medusas on the way because they kind of lag the screen for a couple frames each if you kill them. All right, so, and when you grab the ring, assuming you're doing the low ring method, just get to where you're not quite touching these spikes. Once the screen stops rotating, 4, 5. Extend the ring, or extend the whip as you're going for that last swing. And then, geez, I don't know if I have a, yeah, I don't have much of a good save state for this. I probably should have made the save right there. Oh boy, this is gonna take a while. Okay, so I wouldn't recommend being fully extended at this point, because if you do, these spikes are actually going to kill you once they become active again. They don't become active until the screen stops rotating. I'll just show that right now. Dead. So be less than fully extended. I don't know, just use like the tip of your toe as a guide. You can barely have the tip of your toe inside the spike like that. So the reason this is important for speed is because you want to reach the left side of the screen as fast as you can. Okay, as soon as it stops rotating, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, when I swing left one more time, I'm going to extend the ring, but not yet. If I extend right now, I'm going to die on the spikes. The time you extend is after you have already cleared the spikes. So now I'm holding down and left instead of just left. And once I'm at the far end here, that should be just enough for these blocks to catch me. All right. And I'm at the left side of the screen, and I'm at the left side of the screen at the earliest possible time for it to be able to give me an exit. Now I'll show the other way, which is the swag way, which I think is easier, honestly. I don't know. I just, I always had an easier time doing this than anything else, personally. What's up, Sigma8? Music is out of place. It'll get on and off in terms of how out of place it is over the course of the tutorial, I'm sure. You're probably right. This should be a more epic scenario for this music right here. Okay. So I throw those crosses. I should probably show that. I throw those crosses when the Medusa has reached above the 0. As soon as the Medusa is above the 0 in the first 0 in my score, that's when I throw the cross, and it kills 2 Medusas each. Okay. And then actually coming off of this ring, I have an audio cue. I'm gonna have to mute the music in a little bit. Actually, I have a save state for ring exit. Luckily, this is my normal way of doing this. Sorry, music. You're so awesome. But I have to say goodbye for now and put on the actual game music so you can, or game sound so you can actually hear it. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6. I use the 6th. And then I start turning the other direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. And that should snap me back on the platform at the earliest possible time. So one thing about the left side of the screen, it's kind of hard capped as to when you're allowed to actually exit. So I'm already touching the left side, but I'm not quite exited yet. It doesn't actually exit until the final block has materialized. Right there. I'll show that one more time, just so you can see clearly. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right, you press right to move. Yeah, so when you're upside down on the ring, you have to press right to go left and left to go right. I did mention this in the previous tutorial in stage 3 for the ring glitches and stuff like that, so I'm hoping that carried over. If not, don't forget that. 6. You might notice at the exit, even though I'm touching the left side of the screen, yeah, that's what I wanted to show, was that if you're touching the left side of the screen, it's not going to be enough. You need that last block to materialize as well. I'm just showing the fastest way to do it so that you guarantee that happens. Okay, back to the music. All right, this screen right here. Right, so it's gonna start with a clunk, so I recommend jumping out of the clunks as best you can. I don't recommend another jump here, because usually it jumps straight over the rosary if you do that. So I actually recommend instead just stopping the clunks at this point right here, and just taking the rest of the clunk frames that you got and walk through. And it is a little faster to kill these guys with rosary. It's gonna lag either way, but I think it lags a little less if you kill them with the rosary than with the whip, because the whip is a lot of sprites, and a lot of sprites means a lot more sprites on the screen to lag it. So if you just grab the rosary, you deal with this death sprites lag without any other lag to add on top of it. I don't recommend whipping any of these candles past this point, because once the screen starts scrolling horizontally, that's when the lag fest really begins. That rosary for sure, it doesn't seem to lag. Even though the screen is scrolling horizontally, it doesn't seem to lag for me ever. So I do recommend at least whipping that rosary, killing that guy with the rosary, moving on. Yeah, just regular jumps here. Don't whip any of these candles because they lag like crazy. Yeah, you can see how much it lags every time you whip. This is an early jump right here. Usually that skeleton spawns right about there. And you don't want to take a boost off of him, like I just did. You actually want to jump clean over him. Right, you want to jump clean over him and then fall off of one of these block sections. Why did I whip? Yeah, you don't whip there. I would fall off the first one personally. That way you can sink into this platform and jump off the earliest spot here, because it's going to matter for this next skeleton up here. So jump clean over, fall off, jump from the, I would say from the center of this tile right here. The center of this log right here is a good spot to jump from, as long as you don't bump the next platform going down. Try to sink in at the leftmost possible point on this platform that you can. That way it lines up to be able to just do nothing but jumps. And yes, you do want to whip that candle right there. It is going to lag a tiny bit, but it's going to save you lag in the long run because it's a potion that allows you to just walk through a whole bunch more enemies. And actually, it's strange. I recommend a straight whip more than I recommend just like a quick limp whip. You would think just because the limp whip isn't out for as long that it would lag less, but it actually lags more by my frame count anyway. Like that. For some reason, it seems to lag more like that than it does with the straight whip. I think it's because the limp whip has more moving sprites on it. Like every tiny segment of a limp whip is a separate sprite. Whereas I think it requires a little less for a straight whip. All right, and then, yeah, so you're in invincible form, going through that skeleton right there, and you want to grab the... Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Now, this jump to the right is really tough. If you don't feel like you've quite cut this close enough, like say, oops, that was way too far to the right, and now you're super close. So you have a high chance of bashing into that skeleton on an accident. What you can do is neutral jump over him. And don't worry about the boost because you're going to be grabbing the rosary anyway. Or whatever you call it. So it's like that. But if you can, try to get these to be straight jumps. Okay, moving on. All right, so I would fall off of this part right here. If you jump, it's a clunk. I think one frame is also a clunk. Yeah, one frame is also a clunk. I would recommend falling off of here, jumping into the skeleton right here, and jumping and grabbing the meat when he's no longer there. You want to avoid killing this guy as much as you can. Looks like I'm getting the same pattern from him every time. See if I can get a different one. Nope, same pattern. Sometimes he gives you a really crappy pattern where he just keeps on walking back, and so he forces you to have to kill him while grabbing the meat. I haven't seen it yet. So far, he's given me nothing but pretty good patterns here. Nope. Another good one. Come on, give me the bad pattern. I haven't seen it yet. Come on. Walk backwards, you. He's not doing it. Anyways, yeah, every now and then you'll get a run where he'll just walk back and he'll force you to have to kill him while killing the candle. I would just deal with it. I would just take the lag, kill him. Don't stop your forward progress because like your forward progress in the screen kind of matters for the rest of these spawns up here. Like if anything goes wrong in this screen, this next section goes horribly wrong. And skeletons spawn where they're not supposed to. So those skeletons on the far end of the screen are going to spawn the same as long as you do everything right in the start. I'll just show an example of, say... Oh, let's see. Let me try to find a good example here. Like, oops, he knocked me back. Okay, let's keep going. Let's pretend we killed this guy as well. This should mess things up. He's not supposed to be there. So, I don't know exactly the chart for movement compared to when things spawn or what spawns, but all I do know is what happens when you do it perfectly. So make sure you do the screen perfectly. If not, just be ready to react to some skeletons that appear, and I would kill them all personally. Because we have no muscle memory for the randomness that will appear. If you do it right, this next skeleton will spawn exactly right here every single time. Depending on how much health you have, I have a lot of health right here, so I would actually recommend taking the boost. If you have 12 HP, I would recommend taking the boost. Sometimes I get here with 10 HP, sometimes less. In that case, I would not take this boost and try to jump clean over this guy. In this case, I'm going to take this boost. And yeah, there's a big heart right there. That's also optional. I threw a bunch of crosses in the ring rotating room screen, so let's get those let's get those hearts back just for shits and giggles. Next screen. Okay, this is the final screen of this stage. Wow, I entered with a lot of hearts. This is an option if you still don't have very many hearts. There's one heart right here in this candle. You have to wait for this anyway, so you have time to do that before waiting. In this case, I have a lot of hearts, so I'm just gonna ignore that. I kill that bat for swag. You don't really have to, I don't think. I don't think it saves any lag to not kill him. You can just jump over him like that. The important thing is that you get up here in time. You liking the Pokemon music? So, for example, you take your sweet time up here, or maybe you like fell off right here on accident. All right, that's cool. Oh shit. So yeah, make sure you don't slip off those platforms. Make sure you get this movement correct. Just don't slip off those platforms. Get up here in time, because we are about to perform a big zip. It saves about 12 seconds. Just for shits and giggles, I'll show you the long way. If you just decide to keep going, in fact, I'll do it without stopping. So there's no question. So here's the long way. It's like, ooh, I even made that cycle. Awesome. Well, now I have to wait for this. And if I try to go forward at this point, I'm gonna die. There's no way to reach that. So you have to wait even more. Okay, maybe now I can go. No. You have to wait even more. And now we can head on forward. If these chandeliers are nice and they're on a nice global timer, I'll be able to just keep walking without having to stop. And finally, we're out of the section with the moving blocks. Well, you could do all that, or you can get right here, stop right here, get a bat spawn, zip into the wall. I messed it up. Anyways, yeah, so if you get it right, you'll be able to zip all the way to the right and skip everything here. I died. This is a hard trick. So this might take me a few tries as I get my bearings here. That looks pretty good. Okay, we got it. Right, so that's what you want to do. That saves about 12 to 13 seconds. Yeah, I pooped all over myself a couple times there. I'm normally pretty consistent at this. So the hardest part of this trick, actually, let's see. This is a pretty good save state to start from. There'll be a bat coming, just kill him. Get him out of the way. I would set up on the correct pixel by being halfway onto this block. That way, when this block gets under you, it pushes you over. All right, and then there's a certain spot where I jump from. Oop, right there. That's a pretty good pixel. So there's a certain visual I'm looking at. I wish I had a mouse cursor that I could point to, but actually I'm looking at that part of that tile right there. So right where my whip is, there's like a space between the inner ring of that tile and the outer ring of that tile. I'm looking at that, and my visual for what I'm looking for here is once the center of that is right inside of the stationary tile up top, up above it. Right there is a pretty good spot. So once it reaches right there, I do a same frame jump. So that's right and jump on the same frame as best I can. It doesn't have to be perfect, but the closer to perfect you are, the more consistent you'll be. Ooh, that was almost too early right there. All right. Now, on top of that, ooh, I think I messed this up. I think I'll die if I try it. No? No, that was not same frame, and I still was able to do it. That was actually a neutral jump followed by a right, which is the scariest thing that can happen, but you can still save yourself. All right, so on top of that, I'm not just jumping, I'm actually holding the jump button, because in this game, there's actually some tech where if you're holding the jump button, you will get glued to the floor wherever you land, and you won't be able to move, but you can still turn around. So I recommend using that tech. Jump, glue yourself to the ground, turn around. And then, ooh, there's the neutral jump. Let's see if this works. It worked. Nice. All right. So we've got our visual. We've turned around. What's next? All right. At this point, you can let go of jump. And right there is my visual. I'm actually using the candle to the lower right of me. Once it's about center with the block I'm standing on, I throw a cross. So it's a cross and a whip. I just kind of one right after the other, and it usually lines up perfectly that way. And I'm not really pressing anything to get this limp whip. I'm just holding whip and not touching the D-pad at this point. There's no D-pad going on until I take the hit. So no D-pad, cross whip. Just let it sit there. Once you take the hit, turn around. So turn to the right. That gets you to go into the wall this way. If you go too far, you die, which I accidentally did in my first couple attempts there. So at some point, you do have to turn left again. And by turn left, I mean turn right by pressing left. So you can actually get in this wall, and you can actually control yourself in this wall in certain increments. But there are going to be bats that fly around, so you got to make sure those are not in the way. That's why I do that safety whip right there. Do you see that death right there? That little flame sprite right there? That's a dead bat. I was able to go through that bat from the iframes of the other bat. And then that safety whip right there killed that bat in the process. So from here, I can press left to turn right and start my zipping the other direction. The block in front of you when it's half the block. Yeah, I guess so. But I guess, if you have a really good grasp on how long how tall the blocks are, yeah, that definitely works. Yeah, just pick your favorite visual. That candle one is my personal one. When the candle is centered with the block I'm standing on. And then, yeah, just cross, whip, no D-pad, now D-pad. Turn right to go left in the ceiling, turn left to go right in the ceiling. Okay, and once you reach right about here, maybe here. I like to use this vertical column right here. There's this long vertical column right here. Once it's in the dead center of your screen, hold right. That'll get Simon going a little further. If you're not pressing anything, this will happen. You'll be right here. So Simon is already zipped, and he's already standing on solid ground. You just have to get him out of there before he crashes his head into a spike. And furthermore, yeah, you can actually zip out early if you press right too early, like for example right there. Let's see, what if I... Yeah, okay, yeah. I tried different spots to hold right. Personally, I use that vertical column being in the dead center of the screen right there. And that's the perfect time for me. That gives me just enough time to get to this vertical block right here. And be able to reach the top of it at the right time. When the purple crusher shows up. Yes, that is good. That is good. I like it. Yeah, that's another visual. Just wait till the purple crusher shows up and you can press right then. Because game seems to be good. This is probably one of the better things in the game, and it was totally unintended by Konami. It's a lot of fun. Hopefully I covered everything. Let me show you everything from the top so far. Good. So there we go. From the start of the screen, that's the entrance, followed by the zip. Yo, Speedball Slim. Welcome, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Okay, guys, I will be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. So, wait right there, enjoy the music. I'm not getting a beer, I'm pooping. Alright, see you in a bit. welcome back, me. All right, let's bring that down a little more. Okay. Yo, thank you for the proper welcome, Speedball Slim. All right, on to the next thing. I remembered something while I was away. First of all, how did I fall out that one time? That's obviously one of the things that could go wrong. Where is it? From here. So if I'm a little late on this jump, sometimes I'll fall out. I'll try and see if I can accidentally go late. Nope. That's gotta be good. Come on. No, that's too late. That's too late, so I actually died instead of did the thing. What I'm trying to do is get that frame that I got. I still think that's no, that's it. That's it right there. So yeah, if you're just a hair too late on the jump, I think it's a 1 frame window. It could be a 2 frame window. Then you'll come back and you'll actually fall out. Well, actually, if you aren't sure if you're too late or too early, there's a thing you can do. You can actually just sort of wiggle around in there, and uh-oh, I think I messed up. Oh, no. Okay, we're good. You can actually wiggle around in there and sort of try to save it. So if you think you're about to be like super late, that was too late. I'm trying to be a frame late. Normally I'd aim way earlier than this, but I'm trying to see what happens if I'm a frame late. That looks like it's actually good. But regardless, you can do like one little turn back. That will scroll the camera enough to have you keep on zipping. Also, this is bad because I'm about to fall down here. That's always fun. Yeah, you can also enter a glitch world. If you want to play with the glitch world, that's also fun too, but that's not the kind of tutorial this is. So if that happens, usually that means your run is over. But I'm just trying to outline at least one way you could sort of kind of try to save it. I was able to get it one time, but I don't know how to do it consistently, unfortunately. I only know how to do it the correct frame window way, which is right there. But maybe in races, if you feel like you've made that jump a little off, and you think you're gonna fall out of that block, you can use the sort of wiggle as a way to maybe get it if you're lucky. Yeah, I was able to show off the glitch world totally on accident, but yeah, there's a glitch world down there if things go horribly wrong. Just do it the way I outlined before I went to the bathroom, and you should be good. All right, right here is where we are. So making this jump right here, it's possible to make this jump too early. So personally, from the zip point, I like to get Simon so that like his chest touches that little, there's like a little nub in the block right here. Come on. There we go. My whip is going right through it. There's like a little dent in the block. I like to make it so that Simon's chest is vertically in line with that. Sometimes I don't get there totally in time, and so I have to make the jump a little early. In that case, I just use that as a visual. Just get Simon's chest in line with the little dent in the block, and that should be the best time to jump. Doo-doo. I love this song. I don't know why I love this song. I grew up with Donkey Kong Country 1. It's a great game. It's a wonder I haven't speedran this game. Actually, no, I didn't grow up with Donkey Kong Country 2. I'm wrong. I still love this song, but... All right, next. Oh, that's too far. Here? Okay, so you already made the jump. Kind of like the start of this stage. If I'll show that one more time. If you remember, you have this exact same stair pattern like this, where you have a block just kind of barricading you a little bit. So you have to find the best way to land on these stairs without rubbing this block. Well, you have the exact same thing right here. Kind of. You can still bump into this block. It's about a tile higher, so it's not 100% the same thing, but it's the same principle. You try to get as far up this staircase as you can without bumping yourself on this. I've timed this, and it is a little better than doing this. It's about a frame or two better than getting inside the blocks and trying to do the bonk on this block to get up as high up as you can in the stairs. I feel like you can get more jump frames doing it from here and just challenging the rub on the side of this block instead. Again, be careful because there's a stair boss real close by. I don't know exactly where it is, but personally my visual is to get Simon right in the center of this crack. This crack tile in the floor right here is exactly my point to jump from. Once you're here, I like to get Simon to go like maybe a step, like about that far. And then this is another one of those situations like in stage 1 where you could just walk to the stairs and try to get the latest jump you can. But you can get a little further by jumping here and holding down. So you go through the stairs. That way you have more jump frames coming up these stairs. But again, there's a stair boss at somewhere around here. I can't remember exactly where, but it's real easy to fall through these stairs too. I'm gonna see if I can find him. There it is. Found it. So if you look at that back, you can see on my input viewer I was holding up, but I didn't grab the stairs. It's because the stairs are jank, and they'll do that sometimes. So if you don't trust yourself that you're gonna skip the stair boss, you can always just do a little, right before you grab it, just do a little turn back. That way you moonwalk. You just switch to pressing up and right. You'll be going up the stairs either way, but there's a chance you'll on the grab lose a frame just from having to turn around in mid jump. Yo, Amita's official. I love this game too. That's why I'm making a tutorial on it. Oh yeah, just making sure. Okay, on to the next thing. Let's see, is it here? No, we've already been here. So this is stair jump 2. Okay, right here. Personally, I like to do my thing. This is a 1-frame jump right here. Less descent if you do a 1-frame jump as opposed to a full jump. I like to do my thing where I get just inside of this block, because actually right here you're in a situation where you can't jump because you have that exact height of a tile above you. CV3 was the first game to start doing this. I think it's actually no, CV1 did that too. I forgot. Yeah, looks like all the CV games before it did that. CV2 didn't do that though. Anyways, personally, I like to get just inside of this and do a neutral jump first, followed by a left. That to me is the best way I can think of to get on the very edge of this tile and start going to the right as quick as possible, as opposed to jumping forward and then trying to time a right input right off the edge of this block. I think that's a lot harder, personally. And if you're doing everything at the right speed, these statue fireballs are going to do the same thing every time. And they're going to be in your way. So actually, I recommend a cross throw. Like that. I don't quite think you can dispatch of it quick enough with your whip. So yeah, I would throw a cross throw right there. And then once you get straight to this, once you get up to this staircase right here, it's the same principle. Try to rub this block as little as you can, but at the same time, this one is going to have an up whip attached to it. So you want to try and make that up whip. Oops, too slow. Too slow again. I recommend this cross throw be like same frame right here. That way you get it out the fastest, because if you try to do like a high throw, you might not reach that fireball in time. And again, if you're not feeling comfortable about the cross throw there, you can always just wait for it to go by and just do that. That was the old strat before we came up with the cross throw. So the whip to get this meat candle right here. So you're gonna have to combine two things. You're gonna have to combine trying to rub this block as little as possible as you come up this staircase. So you'll have to find the perfect visual over here to start doing it. Mine personally is like maybe when Simon's centered with this block, or maybe when Simon's touched the first crack, just barely. That's a pretty good spot. And you have to combine that with the whip up in a way that you don't lose animation frames on the stairs, because during the whip animation you can grab a staircase. The problem is you're still in whip animation, so you still get locked on the staircase for the rest of your whip frames. So you want to throw that whip, practice your timing to throw that whip during a time when you can grab the staircase at the end of your whip animation, but still be able to touch the candle, because the candle is kind of hard to touch. So this animation right here is gonna descend onto the candle, because the candle's a little below where my whip is right now. So that up whip right there is going to descend onto the candle. I'm gonna grab the staircase. The animation is gonna end at the exact same time that whip touches that candle right there, and that's where I'm able to grab the meat there. I do recommend grabbing that too, because I don't know, if it's in the way, it's good for boosts. Let's see if I can. Right here. Okay, so from right here. Okay, I missed, so that means I'm gonna have to go up and do that. That's the only backup to missing. There we go. That was pretty good. So once you get to the top of this stair, it's not going to be close enough to the meat. So you do have to do a tiny bit of a walk this way before you turn left. So it's that much walking and then immediately turn left. And then once you get to the top here, it's actually possible to, yikes, this save state. This save state got here super early. Usually there's a space to jump between the second and third flame there. Let's start from the top so that it's like normal for me. Usually right here. Right here is about fair. Okay. Something like that. And it looks like that at the top. You might have also noticed I didn't do the neutral jump. That reminded me that I kind of got into the habit of just jumping left here and just taking it for safety. But the neutral jump will be faster. As you saw, there was a few times where I bashed into that flame when I went for this neutral jump here. But if you go left, that'll give you a tiny bit more room, as long as you jump from a slightly more leftish spot right here. But, you know, again, it's down to personal preference, what you're feeling that day. I was feeling like a left jump when I did that. It looks like you're gonna bump your feet on the flame as you go above there. Let's see. I guess right here is a good way to go. Yeah, it looks like you're gonna bump your feet on that flame, but sometimes you do, like that. But you can gauge sort of with experience how close you can get before it actually like hits. Also, I should be jumping up these stairs, not walking. There we go. Just practice it a few times until you got an idea. And yes, sometimes you can actually make it so fast up there that you can boost off of that fireball. I think that's worth it. Kind of. It could be worth it. I mean, otherwise you have to wait, and you can get a higher boost here, but I think the wait makes it less worth it. If you're capable of getting this boost off the second fireball, I would definitely go for it. Mostly because, not because I think it's the same speed, and I don't like having to wait, but also because it deals less damage than the body of the statue. Which even that is optional anyway. Taking that boost right there. If you want to have more health, you can avoid that boost if you want to. Okay. All right, on to Coronat. Yo, Eagle Eye Jones, welcome. All right, hello, Coronat. This is the Coronat fight. This boss is incredibly chaotic, so you might have noticed this boss has a lot of this boss has a lot of RNG where he just kind of bumps into you while you're doing your quick kill, and this is why I am not I'm a little more hesitant to take extra boosts in this stage as I was for all the other stages, just because of how random this boss can be in terms of damage he can do to you. What do you mean first step is too small? What are you talking about, Segway? This? Is this something I need to show for the tutorial? When dots go between those blocks, there is no collision? What are you talking about? All right, wait a second. So right here, I'm not seeing anything on my TV that's different. Dots go up? Are you talking? Okay, so you, like, I see a dot on every one of these. I'm looking at the CRT. You're looking at the capture. I don't know. What are you looking? I'm seeing if you fall there, you fall through. Well, I mean, it's frame perfect either way, so there's a number of ways you could try to avoid the stair boss, of course, just by experiencing where you've fallen through before. And I guess you see a visual here. I don't see a visual, but I know that it's frame perfect if it happens. Every first 4 steps is a stair boss. Oh, okay. So there's no stair boss on these first 3 steps. Okay. I guess. I don't know. Experience it for yourself. I don't see the visual myself. I'm on CRT, so the colors are going to look different for me, so I can't quite see the dots the same way that Sigma 8 can. First is boss, then 4th, then 8th. Okay. Well, yeah. I've got that image in tab. Well, anyways, yeah. So I guess I'll put it up on screen then. What's the best way to do it? I guess browser source. Okay, so SMOL, small. I guess there's a source there for when you're gonna hit the stair boss. I mean the way I got to experience it is just keep on doing it until you've worked out where all the stair bosses can be. I already know, like, based on where I start my jump, how close I am to it. I'm guessing this spot right here is if you land on here, it's gonna fall through. I'm still not sure what the dots are you're talking about, but I guess if one step is smaller than the other, that's why. Yeah, if one step is like a pixel smaller than the other, I'm still not seeing that on my CRT. All these steps look exactly the same size. Well, anyways, yeah, thank you for showing that. I'll study that later. I wouldn't be able to tell you about it, but I can't see it on my CRT. I wish I could show I mean, I could show my capture, but I can't really show what I'm seeing on my CRT right now. These blocks are all the exact same height to me. Like I can't see a smaller one on this 4th one. I would have to zoom it in a little further to be able to notice. And some people might be playing on a really small CRT, as well. So if you are, you probably won't be able to see this. I would recommend just doing what I did and experiencing your way out of it. See, that time I landed on I got the stair boss there, but I landed on the 5th block right there, not the 4th. Let me see if I can find it again. Nope. Nope. Not quite. Not quite. Well, I don't want to stay on this for too long. I got to move on with Coronat. Yeah. Anyways, I was able to fall through the 5th stair right there that time, so I'm not sure why that happened. First, 5th, 9th. So not 1st, 4th, and 8th. So it's the 1st, 5th, and 9th. I don't know. So I was looking at the wrong block this whole time. I still don't see the difference on my CRT. But yeah, I'll pay attention to that next time I show the stair boss. In the meantime, I've gotta move on. I gotta get to Coronat because I have to finish my tutorial as fast as I can before the tournament starts. Okay, Coronat. Actually, here's another spot where I use an audio cue. So I'm going to... Aw, Mega Man. Sorry, Mega Man. Shut up. Alright, so... I actually use the game music as an audio cue. Right here. I just walk to the right. And then as soon as I start hearing the game music, that's when I start walking left. Alright, one more time. Not from pause, so it's a little easier for me. Alright, so I'm doing so you can see those first 2 crosses are the same height, and that's what you want to get max damage. And the goal is to have an opener of 6 HP gone on Coronat. Yo, Prong, how you doing? So 1, 2, same height, and then the third one doesn't have to be the same height. Just get it as close to the other 2 as you can. And then, yeah, dodge the ceiling tiles at the start. Try to hit this guy after if you throw that whip too early, it's going to not do as much damage. So you want to make sure that that whip doesn't go too early. Oh yeah, and my visual for throwing the 3 crosses is actually I'm right in the background. There's like these 4 windows I'm standing in front of, right in the center there of like right in the crack here is where I would jump from when I'm doing these opening crosses. And then it starts as soon as I hear the music. Do that and jump from that spot and throw 2 same height crosses and then an immediate 3rd cross. It's just hold R the entire time. I don't have to time the 3rd R throw to get that upper cross. All right, start here. I don't think I need any more audio cues, so back to Mega Man. All right, good. That's a 6 HP opener right there. So I'll just show you. If I were to whip too early, it's definitely less damage. Yeah, way less damage. I didn't even hit him there. So yeah, that's the key. Make sure that whip takes place after the cross hit, not before. If it takes place after, that was early. That was early, so I didn't do the damage. I do try to get the whip as early as I can, even still, but it has to take place after the cross has done damage. All right, and so there's a number of different things Coronat can do. That's a pretty standard kill right there. Standard is in like mediocre. But it all starts with this first 6 hits right here. And then, so this is kind of tough. You get or first 6 damage right here. So that whip is easy. The forward whip is easy. The diagonal whip upward is a little more difficult because you have to jump right and hold up to get the diagonal whip out, but then you have to hook left immediately after you've gotten the whip out. So my trick to hooking while whipping the other direction is to not press whip for very long. Just like tap the whip button there. That way it makes sure that the next time you press the D-pad, it doesn't result in a limp whip that doesn't wind up hitting anything. So here's an example if I were to hold the whip button too long. The trick is tap. Let go of whip immediately, that way you can hook while the whip is straight. And the straight whip can do full damage. Okay. So yeah, that's the best I can do with the quick kill. It is possible to kill him before he even jumps, which is really cool if I can get that. All right, so yeah, it looks like the crosses are dealing 4 damage on their own. And that's the key to getting the 2 whips to amount it to 6. Okay, so it looks like he got his jump off. Sometimes he knocks you to the left, but if you can get to the right of him as he's walking left, that'll allow for more piercing damage on the next set of crosses that you throw. I didn't jump there, that was terrible. All right, so like this. I can throw a cross right here and get a shitload of piercing damage that the crosses just kind of follow him in. And I can get max damage for the second volley. I missed the forward whip right there, so it was only a 5. Ooh, that was a little slow. Yeah, this boss is very chaotic. As you can see, I'm almost dead. I'm 1 hit away from dead. And that's why I choose at this boss to do less boosts. That's not good. Yeah. So, yeah, luckily the ceiling tiles only do 2 HP of damage. He does 3. His body does 3. I'm gonna see if I can get a really fast... maybe. It still could be faster than that, depending on like how fast he throws his first block. Because not only the blocks come from the ceiling, he also hucks a block at you. Oh, I thought he was gonna go up right there. So I whipped up. This boss takes a lot of... Because that first whip right there does so much lag, the next jump, followed by throwing the whip upward, is kind of hard to time. It's a little later than the usual... That's a pretty good kill. It's a little later than the usual timing for the whip. There we go. All right, so after you've done all the damage and you've hooked back to the left, you have time right here to hold the cross button all the way through the straight whip. So you'll throw it on the very first frame that you're available to. So it'll wait until after the whip. You did this when you first grabbed the cross in stage 1. After the whip is done, the cross will throw on the first frame as long as you're holding R. You don't have to time this R input, but you do have to keep on holding it so you get 3 right here. And there is an option if you want to even 1, 2, 3. You can even do that. But I chose not to do that just because it was so awkward for me. Like, I never did that in my world record grind, but it is an option if you get good at that to add an extra damage in there. Personally, I just like to throw the regular 3 crosses. Sometimes it's not worth it. If you think you're going to take another hit from his body, it might not be worth it to walk to the other side of his body. If that is the case... Okay, he was able to walk far enough. If that is the case, it might be better to just stay on the right side of him. I mistimed that jump right there. Okay, that should be enough time. Now I can get piercing damage. 2 crosses followed by a whip should be enough. And if you're really good, throw in some whip cancels as well. I like to throw whip cancels here, right there. Again, it's not easy because it's laggy here, which means your whip cancels are gonna have different timing than you're used to. So it's gonna feel like more like that. It's gonna feel more like this than this. If you do this, you're just gonna have too early of whips, and you're not going to you're not going to do damage on any of them. So definitely practice the timing. Nope, that's not going to be good enough. That was wrong. I didn't mean to throw that way. So yeah, sometimes it is better to stay on the left side of him if you don't think you're going to be able to get to the other side of him in time for another boost. And get the correct kind of piercing damage. Because if you let him stay on the ground too long, the next shot is going to make him fly up in the air. Ah, keep mistiming the jump. Boom. There we go. Okay. I probably could have thrown across there, but I thought maybe he was closer to dead than that, so I kept on whipping. Finally, at the end of this fight, there's a cutscene sequence where he blows up and then he gets smaller. Well, that cutscene can be in different speeds sometimes. This is an interesting save. Huh. Wow, what a save state. Okay, so at the end of the fight, the cutscene, he can blow up big, or he can blow up small, and he can actually like go away and spawn the orb at a number of different times. And I've found that this is based on how close to the tick of damage you were when you made the final hit. I'll see if I can make that make any more sense. Let's see. All right, so making him go up. That's a pretty good kill. So right there, that final whip took place pretty fast. Between one tick and the final tick, the second to last tick and the final tick of damage. Because he takes increments of damage at different times. It's not like you can just he just always takes damage when you hit him. Sometimes he has some iframes, and you have to wait until the iframes are off in order to hit. So that final whip took place kind of during iframes, and then it was kind of, since the whip was still active, it did damage as soon as the iframes wore off, and the final rest of my whip did damage. Well, that's going to actually matter for this cutscene. It's going to make so this cutscene actually takes longer. I must have lost like a good half second to a second there just in the cutscene. So if you can help it, try to make that final hit be lined up with no iframe. Like make sure that he doesn't have any more iframes left. That way you can get it somewhat consistent. But if it turns out, because this is a very chaotic boss fight, there's really no way you're actually gonna. That was the first frame right there. That was an example of the iframes were off, and I still did the damage. So I'm gonna get a faster cutscene than otherwise. But there's one more thing in the fight. Grabbing the orb here. You can actually grab the orb early off of these platforms if you know exactly what you're doing. In which I actually, like, nobody knows exactly what they're doing. It's really, 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 really difficult to actually determine. So that was a first frame, so this will be a fast cutscene, which means I'm not gonna have enough time on the left side. So through experience, you can gauge about how much time you have left before... still too fast for the left side. You can gauge how much time is left and just kind of be like, okay, he's about to disappear around this time and the platforms are right here. So I'm going to choose, one or the other based on your experience. I really have no other advice other than just have a lot of experience doing this and practice the shit out of this. That would have worked, actually, if I had made it up to the platform, because you do have to be on the very, very edge. I'm going to try that again. That, I think, is... I don't think that's going to cut it. Yeah. No, the platforms are in the center. They have to be up on top. Or at least the one that I'm standing on has to be up on top. I'm going to try the right side this time. Almost. Very close. It was a little too low. Right side. No, they're going to be in the middle. So if you can get this early orb here, ooh, that's definitely a right side. If you can get this early orb here, there it is. If you can get this, it'll save about 2 seconds. Extra time. Play Super Metroid? Not yet. No, I'm going to wait until after the tournament to play some more Super Metroid on stream. With his audio grunts when he dies? No, his audio grunts are going to do... It's going to play the audio of his audio grunting regardless, and the sound of it is not going to... change between a fast and a slow cutscene. It's just going to, like, if you have a very slow cutscene, it's going to play the audio, and then it's going to pause a little more, and then he's just going to fly off into the background. Yeah, whip plus cross effective to land from the start is good. What's up, Carlo? Good morning. Okay, I'm tempted to to put back on the audio. Yeah, I'm gonna put back on the game audio and do a few early orb attempts just to show what the sound is like. This is the stage 5 music. I think I'm gonna start from the top of the fight. Okay. See, that time I actually messed up horribly because one of the crosses didn't come out. All right, that's looking like a right side, like a slow right side. I was right. All right, so that was pretty good. Except that's a slow right side, so that's a pretty bad kill, especially with missing one of those crosses. That's only 5 damage on the opener, so I missed something somewhere. Okay, I can't get to the right side, so I'm going to stay on the left side. Left. I think left here. Nope. It was in the center, so the early orb was impossible in that instance. Yeah, I probably should have had the audio on for this whole fight. I missed. Nope, can't make it, so I'm going to just throw it here. Oh, I died. Yep, that'll happen. Taking too many damage. Too many damages. To be fair, I probably normally wouldn't enter this fight with this much health. Maybe I would, I don't know. Oop. I'm just gonna whip him down the rest of the way because I don't think I can make... I think I can get that before he hits the ground, and nope, too much in the middle. Those platforms need to be on top, so there's no way I could get the early orb there. The early orb is kind of something, it's more like a novelty than anything. It's kind of something that it either happens or it don't, and you just have to accept it. Okay, that feels like a fast right side kill, so I'm gonna try it. Got it. Okay, that's about the fastest you could possibly do it. Right there is getting the right side early orb. The early right side early orb, not the late right side early orb. Nope. Nope, that's really awful. This is gonna be I'm gonna try the left side, but I think it's gonna be... No, it's gonna be in the center. So yeah, that's just a terrible fight right there. And that's okay. I mean, my PB, the world record, has a terrible core knot kill. I was too early on that whip, so I only had a 4 HP opener. All right, let's see it. Left side. That worked. We did it. Welcome, Peachykins. Welcome, Orbitoid. Oh, Orbitoid. Welcome, thanks for the raid. My apologies. I don't have alerts. Well, I have alerts, but they're muted. Just for the sake of the tutorial. Welcome everybody from Orbitoid's channel. I'm doing a tutorial of CV4. Enjoy. Showing off the core knot boss kill. So I was able to get a few attempts. That boss will be all over the place. I made sure to say early on that it was going to be a very chaotic boss fight. And for that reason, things like HP, generally, I understand if people prefer not to take boosts before they get to that boss. That's really the only boss that's like that. It's not the hardest boss, it's just the boss that's most likely to get a bunch of cheap hits on you. Well, there's also Slagra, but he doesn't count. He's just an asshole anyway. We just know that already. Coronat is like the second most boss like that. Yeah, RNG tiles from the ceiling. Tiles from the ceiling, like the ceiling tiles. That's a good point. I probably should mention that the tiles are going to be in different spots every single time as they fall down from the ceiling. You are going to have to keep in mind the top of the ceiling. You got to use your gamer instincts. React to where the tiles are, stand in the gaps, and if you do take damage from that, it's not horrible because it's only 2 HP as opposed to the body, which is 3. So if anything, you can even use that for a good boost. Like if you want to get to the other side of him and get that piercing cross damage, you can use that as well if it happens to be in this scenario. He gets smaller for like half a sec, reforms back to his normal shape. Yeah, Richter Shade. That's a great point. He sort of bloats like a little bit with every hit that he takes, and I was fumbling around with trying to describe exactly what's causing the cutscene to be fast or slow, and I was probably very confusing when I was explaining that. But that's a good point. Like how much he is bloated versus how much he has shrunk during every single hit. That kind of goes to explain why it sometimes takes so long for him to disappear into the background. Because of where his current amount of bloatage is in the middle of the fight after you've done the final hit. Yeah, you got my back. Thank you. I otherwise did a horrible job. Nice. Yeah, that's right. This stage has like no time on it. You start it with 170. I think when you're in the second section, it starts with like 99 seconds or some shit. But that's okay. We're speedrunners. We can get through it that fast. Okay, this section right here, stage 5. Thanks, man. I like to get directly into this one little weed that's sticking out in the foreground here. I get right in the center of it, and I throw a triangle of crosses. Whoops, nice triangle, idiot. There we go. Something like that. So harpies are gonna fly out of nowhere, and these things, they can be free or they can be terrible, depending on what they want. This is like one of the spots in races where I'm actually like scared of what happens. But even in PB attempts, I'm scared of what happens here. So I always start it with a triangle, and that's because if I throw 3 high crosses, the harpies can actually be so low that they fly underneath those high crosses. And so I like to have just a backup cross on the bottom just in case of that. And the reason I have 2 high crosses is because that's where the candles are, and the candles can cause frame rolls on the harpies. So if one cross goes straight through a harpy's face without touching it, the second cross will kill it. And the low cross, there's no candles where the low cross is, so I shouldn't have to deal with any frame rolls there. Also, that hand, it takes care of that hand, so it's just a bonus. So once the crosses get close, that's when I grab them again and I start throwing them again, because I want to deal with them as fast as possible. If the harpies appear above where my crosses are, definitely whip upward at them as soon as you see them. This is another spot where CRT is going to help you more than emulator, just because you can react to harpies a little faster. Super high harpy, that's a jerk. Kind of. I mean, a harpy can be so high that it's out of reach of your. It can be even out of reach of your whip sometimes. But if they're high enough, you can actually, well, that's still pretty low. But if they're high enough, you can actually walk past them, and the fleamen that they drop won't get to you in time. And he could just follow you forever, but if you keep walking, he can't reach you. I don't think we'll... It's a very rare harpy, so I don't think we'll get it this time. There we go. Okay, I dealt with 3 harpies that time. What I'm waiting for is, since I throw those last... There we go. There was an example right there where the frame rule made it so that the first cross didn't deal damage, but the second cross backed it up and dealt damage. So these 3 crosses, I like to throw them high. You could throw another triangle, I guess. I don't honestly know why I threw them high. That's just what I always did, and I always just reacted to whenever I got a low harpy that was lower than my crosses ever could. I just backed it up with a diagonal whip in case they showed up. But yeah, I guess there's nothing wrong with just doing another triangle of crosses there. I think that actually was my old strat. There was a reason I stopped doing that. I think it's because it takes too long. Like, it takes 2 jumps to set that up when they're coming back. There's an interesting pattern there. Right. So in order to get this, yeah, I have to jump on the second cross to grab it. And if I don't want to lock myself on the ground, I have to do an extra jump here in order to get another triangle. So I like the idea of having full control. Yeah, something like that. Versus that. I think either way works just fine. It's probably down to personal preference. I just decided to switch over time. I don't know. The jerk harpy, yeah. The one that's like just over your cross, but also just in your jump range. Yeah, that harpy sucks when you get that one. There's a nice high one. Oh. I didn't get the Fleeman in time. I also forgot to throw the next volley afterward. Yeah, I got a boost from the Flea Man. At the same time, I mean, there's some damage that I could avoid too. There's some boosts that I take, and if I take like a Flea Man boost, then I can instead decide to avoid some other boosts in the future. Also, I forgot, we don't need music and sound for this one. We can put back on the soundtrack. Yeah, well, even then, consider that when you take damage, elsewhere, like off script, you're gonna have to trade it for something else. So you're gonna have to find another boost that you have routed in to the stage, and you're gonna have to decide which one to take out. Kind of in mid stage. Okay, so once I've grabbed the last heart right here, it's the last heart before the slope here. I actually do a whip upward. That's not for swag. There's a reason for that. There's a statue up there. You can't really see it. Now you can see it. I don't know why they put this statue in the game, to be honest, because this is the normal way you go. And by the time you reach over here, you've despawned it. So I don't know. But either way, that statue is firing fireballs. And they're going to be in your way just as you're getting up here. In this case, I got 1 fireball. That's good. If I were to not whip him at all, now we have extra fireballs. I don't think they lag, but they might. They might lag. Like as you're coming up this slope here. I've found little bits of lag, like maybe 10 frames of lag here up the slope as I'm walking. They're so slight that you can barely see them, but they are there. And so reducing fireballs will help with that, I think. And also, I like to jump up this slope so that I'm reducing the vertical scrolling as much as I can. I found that saves a few frames as well. Yeah, anti-speedrunner statue, exactly. They freaking knew. By those 2 fireballs. If you do get the 2 fireballs here, let's just assume we're walking up this slope. If you're fast enough, you should be able to get the perfect timing here to be able to just jump. and get over both of those fireballs. But they can be a nuisance, they can be in your way, and they also can lag while on this slope. At least in my experience. Now, if you're really good, I despawned all the fireballs there. If you can get like all basically like first or second frame jumps here, you can despawn all of the fireballs. And that's something you can go for, but it's incredibly hard to do. I wouldn't like rely on it as an actual strat. Having the one fireball there will despawn plenty of lag there. I don't even know if 0 fireballs will save anything because I haven't really tested it. But yeah, definitely whip stun that statue. That's the whole point. You're stunning the statue, so it needs more time to fire a fireball, but he's off screen before the second one can get out. That's why the whip stun there. Jump up this slope, save a couple lag frames, and then throw a low cross there. A high cross is not going to hit these candles. A low cross will. That's just something I do. I don't know if you actually need anything in these candles, but that's just my setup personally. Definitely don't grab that big heart. You don't need it. Also, it's out of the way of progress, so don't grab it. You're going to need to turn around immediately from that platform right there. Oops. So these crosses right here, it's not just high and low. Oh, I actually almost had an example right there. I can't quite get an example. If you have, you need these crosses to be kind of close to each other in altitude. You want that first high cross to be high, the second cross to be kind of medium. Because if you have, so if you have like a high, like the highest cross and the lowest cross like that, that harpy can actually fit between those two crosses. Sometimes. I've had it happen in runs, so I had to adjust and make it a medium height cross instead of a low height cross right there. I like to just do 2 right there because I don't think the frame rules can hurt you there. I've never seen the frame rule on that big heart candle hurt me at all. But that harpy is very common right there. And that harpy can fuck up your day if it's high enough, especially. So I like to throw those crosses nice and early, starting from, I like to use the little overhang moss thing right here in the background. The first one of those is where I jump from. Oh, that's too low. So that's an example where the harpy could fit through those crosses. I actually messed that up legitimately. So I'm lucky I got the right harpy pattern there. It spawned nice and low, so I was able to hit him. And then you don't have to jump up this slope. This slope I have never saved lag frames on. I think you could just walk up this one. But if you want these extra hearts up here, it's a challenge for sure. I might even recommend not grabbing those, although my PV goes for them, so I'd be a hypocrite to say that. But you'd probably have the most control staying on the ground right here. And dealing with whatever bad harpies come from here. Where are they, man? This slope is like the most dangerous part of the entire stage. I'm just waiting for any harpies to show up here, and they're just not showing up. See, like I said, they can be either free or impossible, depending on whatever. I have a pretty hilarious clip that Thea got. There's one. It's probably better to do something like that, or something like that, in case you see a harpy in your way. But I'm usually never prepared for it. Because they come at you really fast. And even on CRT, I have a hard time responding to when they arrive. That might be too high. Nope. Nope, no harpy. Dang, this is like the scariest part of the whole area here. Oops, I didn't want to throw 3 there, but that's okay. Oh, there's one. I still don't recommend a standing whip for these guys. There's one. Okay. Yeah, like that. That's a little better than a standing whip. This is a bad save state because I normally throw 2 there, and I normally, I normally only have 2 right there, and then I throw the 3rd cross right there. That's how I usually do it, because that's, yeah, shit like that. That's a very common spot for harpies to be in the way of. Yo, D Nat, thank you for giving 100 shits about my stream. Or Or sorry, it's a tutorial. I'm supposed to say 100 bits. Thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, no problem. Whips going up for the possible harpy spawns, kind of like the mermen. You know what? I think this might lag a few frames. I'm not sure though. I never actually tried testing that. I never made that my strat. I just kind of like stayed on the ground and reacted. And if I was feeling cheeky, maybe grab these hearts on the way, just because I'm confident. It's usually right about here. The harpies generally stop, and you won't see another volley of them until right around the end of the screen. All right. This is a terrible save state. Because I want to throw that cross, not there, but going up to this platform. I have a better save state. I can go get it. Is it this one? Yeah, right here. Oop, there's one. Okay, and once you get to the top here, actually, if you have full health here, you can afford to take a damage boost off of this statue, I think. I think it's a pretty good spot to take just a random damage boost. It also, so there's 2 stuns I do on this statue at the same time. That way there's no fireballs on screen. Also, oh, I forgot. I forgot to throw crosses as well. So as soon as you land from this damage boost, throw this cross. It's a nice high cross. Not a same height cross, because you want to be able to hit that statue at the end of the screen. So as soon as you land from this boost, throw a high cross. 1, 2, 3. Because you want to kill that statue. Alternatively, if you've already taken some damage right here, you're 3 health down, you can also just kill the statue on the way. Just throw an early cross while on the slope here. Make sure it hits, and then do that. Just don't forget, like I did a couple times just now, just don't forget to also throw that cross. And a good visual for, in case you don't have like the normal boost as a visual, like when you land, the visual you need is this candle right here. Just be in the center of that candle, throw that cross at the same time. It should bounce back and hit the statue twice. And even then, if not, you can also throw 2 crosses if you're not confident with your placement there. That's fine. You got plenty of hearts to work with throughout this whole sequence, so I wouldn't worry about heart count. Yeah, the stun is super useful for lag on statues, just because of how much later they fire fireballs. So yeah, just as an example, let's say, yeah, so that fireball right there is gonna plague me for the rest of humanity, and it's gonna lag a couple frames. It'll never reach me before I reach this rosary, but I still want it off the screen. So if I do that, if I stun it twice, that fireball's gone. It'll never reach me, and it'll never lag up the screen in any way. It doesn't actually normally lag, but if you get lots of harpies, it can lag. All right, so that's how I normally do it. So for the same reason, I also stun this statue on the way down, because it also fires fireballs, and I want those fireballs away from me as I go forward. Let's get a better save state. All right, so there's a save state of me killing the statue. I like to be square with this tile right here. Before going for the boost, definitely don't do that. Don't bump into the platform going down, and also don't... Am I thinking of the right spot? Maybe it's a little further forward, yeah. Yeah, maybe flush with the right side of this tile here is a little better. Just whatever you can do to get that boost. There's going to be a green guy here. He's going to be in your way. Just a limp whip will take care of these guys in one hit. So you don't necessarily need to straight whip, although it doesn't make a difference. It won't change anything like lag frames or anything like that. Just do whatever you want to get rid of this guy. It seems like you'll get knocked back by this guy, but for some reason, just by the nature of how he spawns every single time you get here, He always turns around in a way that his hitbox flips and winds up exactly on the opposite side of you if you just jump straight forward into him. So just jump straight forward into him. He will always knock you to the right. And that's a good boost to take, I think, because it's nice and high up. It's all the way up at the peak of your jump. So I think that's a nice boost to take. Alternatively, if you're running low on health, you can also avoid that boost. Just like that. Just be ready. Yeah, there's going to be harpies, so be ready to throw some crosses. I like to have a shield of crosses as I'm heading toward the area. But if I'm taking this boost, I can usually just, yeah. I can usually make it to the rosary without dealing with harpies. In that case, I did have to deal with one harpy. But at the same time, yo, good morning, Jayruka. How you doing? Okay, and then the final area. Yeah, don't forget this stun as well. The down whip there. Make sure the fire. I think he throws 2 fireballs if you don't stun him. Let me see. No, it's still 1 fireball. Why do we stun that statue? I swear there's a reason. I just don't know what it is. Anyway, so as soon as I grab the rosary, I do a jump, and I throw 2 crosses at different heights like that. A low cross followed by a high cross. That's in case a harpy decides to show up right here and dick with me while I'm going up these platforms here. This is the last little fuck you spot of this screen where the harpies can just choose to dick you out of everything. I don't think they ever kill you. They mostly just knock you back, but it's a long knockback. Like if you take one right here, he'll knock you back all the way over to here. That's like a 2-second time loss if that happens. So that's why I throw extra crosses there, because I really don't want to deal with that. And then there's one last green guy right there. Again, you can just use a limp whip to deal with him or a straight whip. Oftentimes a harpy will spawn right in the way of that whip, so be ready for that in case that happens. No, Jayruka. No. In your bare feet, or did you have socks on? Or even worse, I'd say even worse is if you have your slippers on, because how the hell are you going to wash those without damaging them? Broken them into sections? Yeah, Trails, it is. It's already on the 2nd section right now. I did stages 1 through 3 last time. This will be probably 4 through 7, maybe later if I can hurry and get to it. Okay, on the way out. Screen 2. So wow, this health right now. Is this normal health? I think this is normal health. Yeah, because I usually take 2 boosts here. Yeah, and I wind up with 2 HP usually. Okay, the way we used to do this was as soon as we gain control of Simon, which you can't gain control of Simon until he's right here. Even though you see him walking, you can't gain control of him until the screen is fully illuminated and he's just walking as a cutscene. You can only gain control of him right there. So what we used to do was we get control of him right here. We do a neutral jump into a rightward movement, resulting in 2 up whips like this. And this first jump, these jumps are better served as 1-frame jumps, like that. If you remember in the previous tutorial section, I believe it was, where is it? Yeah, this section right here, I showed how to kind of roll my thumb and get a 1-frame jump with a first frame, with an early whip. So it's like you're jumping and whipping at the same time, but you're dragging your thumb away and moving the joint of your thumb away from the jump button, so you're getting that first frame whip. It's kind of like that right here in this section. Not for the first whip, but for the second whip. Actually, both whips, to be honest. Yeah, I think it's best served if you could do that with both whips. So it's kind of a neutral right followed by a right jump. Alternatively, you can actually be ballsy and you could barely make this without doing the neutral jump. Yeah, you can barely make that without the neutral jump and just get 2 right jumps. That'd be a little faster if you could do that. Although it'll make this bat spawn a little lower. And the reason for that is you reach the threshold of spawning that bat. He's a little higher that time, so I'm able to get a higher up boost on him. So it doesn't save too much time to go straight to the right. But it does, I did frame count this, and there was a bit of a time save there, so I decided to go for that in the current world record. So yeah, just jumping straight to the right there. And trying to get the earliest jumps you can heading toward it. That's how you're able to get the highest bat spawn and still be able to do all right jumps. Otherwise, if you want to just make sure this is more consistent, do the neutral jump followed by the right input in the middle of the jump. Did I forget to? No, I didn't. Okay. So yeah, as you're practicing this, don't consider yourself fully practiced at this until you've made sure that you got the highest bat spawn that you can. And that last jump, that third jump, so 1, 2, this third jump should be a high jump, not a 1 frame. So you can spawn that bat as high up as you can. That's pretty low. And after that, it's just a clunk, followed by jumping out of the clunk, followed by another boost. And it should line up perfectly with that skeleton. I like to whip stun that bat, because by the time I do the jump, he'll already be headed downward, and that's a lower boost. So we can make this bat be higher up with a whip stun before we do it. That way we're hitting the upper part of his pattern and not the lower part of his pattern. That's a bigger boost. More time save. Just jump straight out of the clunk. This should line up with this skeleton perfectly. And then 2 crosses. 2 low crosses right there. You don't even have to whip him. I found out that the 2 crosses are slightly less laggy than the cross and then the whip. If you throw a whip in there, it's going to be a little bit more laggy. Whoops. Okay, this should line up. Okay, and then just move on forward. The rest of this is pretty simple. Okay, so we're right here. 1, 2. This section does take some time for practice. It's mostly those first 3 jumps. The rest of it is pretty simple. Just don't get hit an extra time. I probably should show a backup in case something goes wrong. Probably the worst thing that can happen is you take the bat boost the wrong way. It's like, oh shit, now what do I do? or in some weird way, you wind up down here. Like maybe at the start of the screen, you accidentally press jump too early or too late, and you wound up down here. It's like, oh shit, all right. So you deal with things like this, basically. Just make sure this cross is in front of you and just kill everything. I don't trust making any boosts at this point. And if you take like the bat boost the wrong way or something like, not like that. I'm trying to mess it up. I'm not very good at messing this up. Okay, there we go. I would just fall down and do that. Oof, that bat almost got a piece of me. The nice thing about this is you'll have extra health. Like you've only taken 1 boost at that point as opposed to 2. So you'll be able to have a little bit of leeway before you're dead from too much health lost. Okay, and once you've reached here, personally I like to get to 15 hearts by the end of the screen. So however many hearts I have, I like to just be at 15 personally. I don't think it matters that much to be at 15. You can be much less than that if you want to. But the hearts you this is kind of like stage 2 in that the hearts that you carry through to the end of the screen here is going to carry over into stage 6. So kind of like how the hearts that you grab in stage 2 carry over into stage 3, it's the same here. And you also get the benefit of your health refilling. But definitely make sure you grab this meat. You don't necessarily have to, But I would, personally, because one time I jumped over that meat just because I didn't think it mattered, and then I bashed into that bat and died. So I grabbed that meat just for safety. It's not fast, or you can't use it for a boost or anything that I can think of. That bat is at too much of an angle to be able to boost off of him to the right, so you're gonna have to do that. Yeah. Tournament starts March 5th. Where are those vines moving? It's creepy. Oh, these right here? Maybe it's windy. It doesn't mean they're sentient. It could just be windy. We are outside, after all. All right, on to stage 6. The rest is just walking to the door. You can't save any time jumping up the slopes, so you just walk to the door and you wind up in here. Full health, and holy shit, look at my heart count. I have actually way too many hearts at this point. Normally I'm just okay with 15. Okay, right up to the bat, this dog does a shitload of damage. 4 HP. So make sure this dog is down and doesn't follow you throughout the rest of the screen. This dog will chase you to hell and back. And it will catch up with you eventually. Let me see if I can get an example. Whoops. I forgot about that bat. I'm pretty sure this dog catches up with you by the time you get somewhere. Yeah, like right about here. And then you have to do this really awkward, like really close, nipping at the heels jump. And then they come back on top of that. So these guys you can't kill. They're basically dry bones from Mario 3. Actually, they're one of the dry bones from Mario 3. There's actually a skeleton that... The red skeletons also do that. So that's probably more like the dry bones. But these guys do the same thing. They can't die. Okay, so this section. Personally, I just like to grab this heart. I guess it's for swag. I just do it. You don't really need any of the hearts here. I mostly focused on getting enough hearts by the time you enter this screen, just so you don't have to worry about any of these candles while you're dealing with all the random zombies that appear. Yeah, these zombies are random. These zombies will appear at different times every single time. So the most important thing here is to throw a low cross, have it be like a shield in front of you, and make sure it's low enough. That's not low enough right there. That's about medium height. And the reason this is bad is because it's hitting these candles. It will hit those guys as long as it's not a bad frame rule. But if I hit a bad frame rule here, there is a good chance that the zombies will not die from these cross throws. Let's see if I can get an example of it. No, I can't seem to get an example of it. But anyways, you know what I mean. You've seen how the crappy frame rules work. Just make sure this cross is low enough that it's not touching any candles. And then once you've gotten past that bat that's swooping down up there, once it's right about there, make a jump, do another low cross. Don't be too alarmed about the bats at the top. They can't reach you as long as you never stop moving and you don't jump into them as you're moving, like that. Just be sure to jump behind them, use them as a visual to throw another cross, and if your cross is low enough, it'll hit that next dog right there at that exact point every single time. Okay, and then this staircase. Something on Discord, okay. All right, let's see. What sucked? I need to see what sucked on Discord. That's a green finger. Oh! Nice finger. Something kind of useful. Like as an emote maybe? Yeah, it's an option. It might be a little too long, like it'll be hard to fit into a single emote. But yeah, it's like a little Grinch finger. Yep, Dracula comes back to life as well. I guess they learned it from him. Correct, yeah, all the dogs in this game deal 4 damage. If you see a dog, be scared. It's not too hard to deal with normally, but when you do have to deal with them, holy shit, they are scary. All right, next section, these stairs. Personally, I like to be centered with this tile. would I make this jump? So kind of like the meat grab in stage 4, where you remember that, right? I was right here. Where is it? This meat candle right here. It's the same concept. You're doing an up whip, but you don't want the whip frames to lock you on these stairs. At the same time, you don't want this block right here to obstruct your movement as you're jumping. Well, you got the same kind of situation here as well. Where's it at? Right here. And my visual is right about center of this tile here. To get this whip late enough, it's really impossible to get a perfect... Oh, that didn't even hit him. It's really impossible to get like a perfect hit that loses 0 animation frames and doesn't touch that block at all. You have to, yeah, you can see how close that was. I still wasn't that perfect, and I still couldn't hit the bat in time. So maybe a little further forward of the, maybe just barely center right of the tile is a little better. I don't know. Find your favorite spot to jump from here, and find the best time to whip up at that bat. Try your very best to avoid the obstruction from this block and avoid the loss of animation frames on this staircase as best you can. You're gonna have to practice a little bit to get a perfect timing down. That was bad. Okay, so right about there. Yeah, I think better than the center of the tile, maybe center right of the tile. Just barely center right of the tile. Okay, and then once you're here, you can skip that candle. You don't need it. Try to get as close to the edge of this platform as you can. It's not like perfect. It doesn't have to be so tight. You could be a few frames off the edge. Just to basically, as soon as you see Simon's body, be just maybe his baby toe be slightly off the edge. That should be good enough to get that whip to that heart and that bat. I don't think you necessarily need... You don't really need this candle. It's just part of my route just because it's part of my muscle memory. Just to get in the habit of the fact that I'm jump whipping. So yeah, the idea here is to hit that bat without hitting this holy water candle. This holy water candle is very, very scary. But hitting that bat without hitting that holy water candle isn't too hard to do. In fact, I don't even remember how to hit that candle anymore. I think actually it never hits, as long as it's a diagonal down whip. A pointer for you to add to the layout. Oh, I see. Okay, so if I were to download that and put it as the yeah, that's a cute idea. All right, let's do that. That is a cute idea. That is an extremely cute idea. New point, maybe. I like it. All right, hold up. Hold up, I got this. Image 11, browse, stream. What's it called again? New point, maybe. Yeah. Oh, shit. No, I don't want it to be that big. Ah! In case there's something I really need to point at. Yeah, we're about to go to that candle right there. Oh my god, that's so silly. Alright, thank you for making that for me. I should just make it so that I could have a mouse cursor on the screen, or just be able to like draw like MS Paint style arrows and shit. I can't use the mouse. My mouse can't go over my game capture. I'm not on emulator. I'm on CRT OG console with a capture card, so I don't know how to make it capture my mouse cursor. In case you really need to make a point, I see what you did there. I really need to make a point. All right, so yeah, this is easier than I thought. I just don't make it an early whip in the jump, or else sometimes. There we go. Yeah, sometimes the bat doesn't die. I just recommend this is a late jump, followed by a late whip right there. As late as you can while still being able to jump out of the clunk jumps that occur from jumping here. Okay, so you got another clunk right here. Try to jump out of him here. You got another clunk right here. These clunk jumps should line up. And right here, just take the clunk. I would recommend just taking the clunk right here. So once you reach right here, that bat shouldn't be a problem for you. I don't think. I've never had that bat be a problem for me. If he is, just make your jumps earlier. Clunk right here, and don't jump out of this clunk or else you're gonna have problems. Just walk and jump off the edge of that ledge so you make it over this Axe Knight. Okay, and this is gonna be a clunk, so you're gonna need to jump out of these clunks. Right here, you can jump out of as many of these clunks as you want. Just do as many jumps as you want. Just remember, 1, 2, 3. On the third landing, 3 crosses, 3 low crosses. So 1, 2, 3. Just be sure to have 3 low crosses incoming. Be sure to deal with this Axe Knight as best you can with those 3 crosses there. 1, 2, 3. Keep jumping, keep jumping. And if you keep jumping, if you jump out of enough clunks, you get it tight enough, those crosses should take care of that Axe Knight every time. Sometimes it doesn't, though. Maybe I can get an example of it not... Oops, wrong, that's too early. So 1, 2, 3. From when you reach the ground. I'm gonna make this the save state. Let's just I'm gonna pause a little bit. There we go. Okay. So here's an example of I didn't quite kill the Axe Knight in time, and he got this axe off right here. So if that axe stays alive, here's what's gonna happen. That axe is gonna go through that knight, and he's not gonna catch his own axe. Where otherwise, if I were to kill him before he could get an axe off, he's gonna catch his axe, and I can just keep going without having to take damage. Well, there are options. Oops. Yeah, don't forget about this bat. This bat is... I should probably mention this bat. My visual is right at this pillar here. As soon as Simon has touched it, basically, or is center with the wall of it, that's a good time to jump and whip this bat. That's like one of the hardest things to remember in this stage is that bat right there. It's so easy to just keep on walking. It's like, oh, I got my crosses. Oh. This bat was the hardest thing for me to remember while learning. All right. So yeah, don't forget to jump whip that bat. It's not laggy at all. Oh, I saw a follow. Thank you for the follow. I didn't quite see who the name was, but thank you. So I pick my nose. Okay. Alternatively, okay. So I've killed the guy. You can also, if you don't trust yourself, you can also do that. You can probably even just do that for safety. I never did in my attempts, but maybe I should have. There's really nothing wrong with just jumping and whipping that axe. I've never had a frame of lag from that, so I think you're good. Just do this anyway. You can just add that into your route if you want to. And then making it up those stairs. Ah, right here. Okay, so you're past the guy. Looks like I didn't take care of the axe in this save state, but that's okay, because I don't have an extra axe out, which means he's gonna catch his axe. So this is kind of tricky right here, because you're underneath this block height right here, which prevents you from being able to jump. And that continues all the way to right there. You have to get all the way to right there before it'll let you jump at all. So that's kind of tricky. I kind of recommend not a right jump, because I think that turnaround is a little awkward. I recommend a neutral jump here. And just grab the topmost stair that you can with the peak of your jump. Just a neutral jump followed by a right input. So right before you actually reach the peak of your jump. That way you grab the stairs as fast as you possibly can. Once you're right here, you can do another jump and do the exact same thing, only hooking right instead of hooking left. Actually, no, they're both hook right. They are. Okay, so they're both neutral right, neutral right. This one's the neutral left. And for that last neutral left, I recommend, I recommend a full jump, not a one frame jump, because I don't think the stair transition happens earlier there. Maybe it does. Let's see. That's pretty fast. I don't know. Maybe a one frame is good there. Although with a one frame I do have to go up the stairs a little more. Yeah, I think a full jump is better. Yeah, that just kind of like the instant I grab the stairs, it transitions. So I think all full jumps are better there. If he throws low, his axe hits you? I don't think so. I think he always grabs it. Let's see though. Let's see if I can get the right amount of delay here. Ugh. There we go. Oh, so there's the low axe, and he grabbed it. So yeah, it's not just based on high or low. I'm pretty sure it's based on whether the axe below stays alive or not. All right, Chrissy, thank you. With the green stupid face, I can make my face green. That way it resembles me a little better. I'm not gonna do that. I have to mess with the hue, and then I'll never remember what my old settings were if I do that. Whip up to hit his axe when going under. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. I was able to show both of those. If I go back here. So there's the low axe. You could choose to whip that on the way if you want to. I already know that I'm not going to deal with it as long as the low axe doesn't exist. But here's the low axe. And he catches it. Regardless of whether it's high or low. Another duplicate scene. Oh Jesus, just have a whole bunch of extra of those images. I could do that. Hold on. Where's duplicate at? Oh, it doesn't let me. Oh, I have to copy first, that's why. So paste duplicate. There we go. Like that. This might be useful here, honestly. Like I might be able to. Sorry, I'm having fun. Point and laugh. Ha ha ha. Look, I'm picking my nose. Yeah. Flick. There we go. Sorry. Okay, I'm having too much fun. All right, chandeliers. Let's go. Gotta get through this tutorial, baby. Okay, so you get this cutscene of him walking, and you aren't able to control him until he's right here. This is one of the most trollish things in the game, in my opinion. If you're holding left right here, you're dead. You're just dead. Just like, oh. And on top of that, the last thing you did right before leaving this screen, you were holding left. So you might remember in your casual playthrough what a troll this is. It's kind of bullshit. But hopefully you know that's coming. And now we can deal with I recommend starting it with a neutral jump. Get to the edge one here. Once this is my visual for when to jump is when this is about horizontal. I just get on the edge here, and once I see that this is about horizontal, it's time to jump. Well, that was too early. Sorry. Usually I'm reacting to it rather than pausing and doing it. Right there. There we go. And my reaction time is slow, so So just jump off of it. That doesn't matter too much. How fast you go on these first couple of chandeliers don't matter too much, as long as you make it to this third ledge in time. Before it has swung back. If you try to jump again from here, you're dead. So just wait right here, and then once. I can actually use it. Where is it? Rotate 90 degrees? No. Rotate. No. Rotate that way. There we go. I like to get this candle lined up with this block horizontally. So a little further. Right about there. That would be the perfect time to jump. I didn't jump, but jump. Because you want to reach this as fast as you can. It doesn't have to be perfect. That's just my visual personally, because I mean it's a big window. You'll be fine if you're a little bit late. Don't do 3 clunks right here, or else you die. So don't do 3 clunks right there. You have enough room for 2 though. You always have enough room for those 2 right there. All right. Get on the first one, get on the second one. That jump is one of the scary ones. That jump, you have to make it pretty damn tight. It's not frame perfect or anything. It's just a really tight jump. And if you want this one cycle, you're gonna have to make that jump from the first ledge to the second one here. This is chandelier number 3. And this is where things start getting real dicey for the one cycle. You're gonna need to make this extremely tight here. And actually, luckily, for this next jump, we have a whip buffer. Okay, right there. Right there. It's like the perfect buffer. Just one straight whip, and that's enough to, yeah, walk along that ledge and get to the edge and be able to make the third one. If you try to go straight, whoopsie. If you try to go straight, I'm dead. That was a bad jump at the start. If you try to go straight, you're gonna die. So that whip buffer gives you the perfect amount of pausing that you need to do in order to get the chandelier at its slowed down point, and then make that jump. And from there, you're gonna have to jump pretty much immediately. All right. Make some save states here. Okay, so from right here, this jump to the next ledge is gonna be pretty early. It's not immediate. Like if you try to go, if you try to go too immediately right here, you might not make it. Yeah. Sometimes you don't make it if you try to go immediately there. So I recommend like a half step, just like half a step, just like a baby step. Just get Simon maybe like get the width of Simon right on the inside of this, and then make your jump there. And the next jump off of it, since you're headed to a ring, don't make it a full jump. So make that a 1 or a 2 frame jump. That last one there. Not this one, that's a full jump. This one. The jump headed toward the ring. That's so the final jump off the chandelier needs to be like a low jump. I don't recommend that be a high jump, because then you have to wait for your whip to descend onto the ring. I jumped too early. So you see how much descent onto the ring I had to do? Well, you have to do this really fast in order to get the one cycle here. So I recommend grabbing that ring a little bit faster with a 1 frame jump here. Just get it in your muscle memory to 1 frame off of that. And if it's a 2 frame, that's fine. That'll work too. All right, and this clip into this block, it's a little difficult to get the hang of, but with enough practice, I think you can get it. I also want to be clear that I'm not holding left through here, because if I try to hold left, I might fly off. I can actually increase my window a little bit by neutraling out on the D-pad just as I'm letting go of the ring. So let go, and then press again. So as soon as you clip into this block, it's like, let go, and then press them both at the same time. Let go, press. Let go, press. So also with this ring, I forgot to mention, you're not going to be fully extended on the whip or on the ring. So as soon as you grab the ring, be sure that you are holding down and left, not just left. That's also important. I prefer to be extended on the ring. That way when I land right here, I just neutral out the D-pad and I land right on the left side of the block. In a previous highlight, I had an older strat where I wasn't quite extended all the way on the ring. Like I would partially extend. That way I could just hold left throughout the whole way. I actually don't recommend doing that anymore just because it's so easy to slip off this block. I think it's a whole lot easier to clip into this block with the neutral out and then press again method. So I've changed my strats since that last tutorial of this screen. Just extend the whip all the way down, and then let go of the D-pad once you reach this spot. Okay, and the whole point of that is to be able to make it onto this ledge right here. And that one right there, actually. It's more important you make it to this one than you do for the first one. So that's the important part. And then you're actually able to, it just launched me off while I was sitting there. That's funny. And then you can make some tight jumps here, and that is the one cycle right there. That is the one cycle chandelier. Finger still on, oh, sorry. How long have I had the finger on there for? Sorry! I'm so sorry. Anyways, that finger has been there since like the first chandelier. Oh God, I don't have a mouse pointer. I can't. Look. I can get it like right here. I can get it right here on a window capture. I can't get it on the capture. I can't get it on my capture card. I can't do it. It's not possible. Sorry about that. Okay, should I go back? I am gonna show the whole screen again. Oh, I'm so sorry. I feel terrible. All right, let's go here. Ah! So it's like this. You get to the third platform on the second one. Once the flame is lined up with the horizontally with the brown block, do a jump. You can get enough for 2 clunks onto these 2 platforms. And then this is chandelier 3. That's a very tight jump. Just be sure you're as early as you can go into the first set of brown blocks. Whip buffer right here. That sucked. It just like launched me off for no reason. I think it was because of the frame rolls. Okay, so platform number 3. Early jump there. Get that jump. Whip buffer. Half a step. 1 frame onto the ring. Let go. Get onto this platform right here. Okay, so this is where we were. This is where we were when I realized that I had this stupid pointer finger up the entire time. I could, I guess, but I'm not going to. I'm just gonna put it all in one take because I don't want to edit. That's work. I hate editing. So my visual for when I make this jump, because you can't make this jump immediately or you will die. So I recommend, let's go back. Let's do it from here. Wait, oh, this is the half step here? Yeah. And then that, and then that. Okay, so I wait right here a little bit. I don't think a whip buffer is going to be good enough. I think that's a little too long of a wait. So I actually do a small pause right here, and actually I have a visual. I can get my pointer finger back up again. Let's go. Hey. I have the one facing the right way too. So as soon as so this thing is about to swing, and the bottom of the ledge right here is going to touch this brown block right here. And as soon as that has happened, I think it's perfectly okay to jump. Okay, I'm getting the finger off the screen now. That's when it's safe to jump. And that's about it. The rest is just hold left, jump off the edge. I still feel terrible. I don't care. All right, so from here, grabbing the ring, extend the ring, neutral out the D-pad, wait, go. As soon as the thing touches the brown block, you're good to go, and you can make it over to here. You still have clunk jumps right here, so keep on jumping. It should only take one jump to reach the end of the screen. I'm a professional streamer. I'm tired, too. I need coffee. My voice hurts. Yeah, but, well, I mean, it is fair that even people with real hardware often don't have direct capture. They just window capture a stream capture software that you could put a mouse cursor on. But I just have direct capture. This song, this is Green Planet from Bucky O'Hare, which I recommend playing through Bucky O'Hare. It's a fucking good game. It's like one of my favorites on the NES. It's super underrated. Yeah, Jay Ruka. I was actually thinking that myself, but if it's a direct, if I can get like a window capture, if it's a direct image source, I can't do it. But if it's a window capture of a transparent background, I can do it. I'm lazy though. Instead, I'm just gonna do this green finger because it's funnier. Same guy, Bucky as Batman? No, Batman on the NES was Sunsoft. I believe this is Konami. Was it Konami? Yeah. Bucky O'Hare is Konami. Fuck yeah, man. I'm jam out to this song. I love this song. Oh yeah, this is the half a step. That's the extend. I missed. So there's an example of a one cycle legit failed, unironically. There we go. Nice clip into the block there. Wait until the thing touches the brown block. Oh yeah, don't forget to keep jumping out of your clunks right there, and there you go. That's the end of the screen. And if anything fails there, you'll have to just do a 2 cycle. Like for example, that's it. Whoops. But yeah, if that happens, then you don't have a 2 cycle. You just have a death. Just like, oops, I went too far. Yeah, you pretty much have no choice now but to 2 cycle this. So just sit on the edge, wait for it, and then there you go. That's about 6 to 7 seconds lost, maybe 5. Yeah, Richter Shade, that'd be easy. But then I can't use my green finger. I like the green finger. I really like the green finger. Oh, by the way, this is Sunsoft. This is Gremlins right here. These are the guys that made the Batman music. Yeah, Bucky is Konami. The 4-4 zip to you did Kung Fu Crickets. Although I have made one before. I think I might have one somewhere on highlight. Maybe on clip. Richter probably has the clip. He made the clip of just like 1 minute of me explaining it in summary. Okay, next screen. All right, next section. I like to get, I'm looking at Simon's head at this point. I like to get it flush with the brown vertical board in the background there. That first one. Make the jump right there. And just keep on jumping until right here. So you're gonna have to wait for that chandelier anyway. So just wait out the rest of, you're gonna have to wait for this chandelier regardless because you can't make it through that at any point. If you try to, you're just gonna get knocked back by it. So if you can, bring as many clunk frames as you can to right here. And you're gonna have to wait for it anyway, so just let it wait out in order to save the most amount of frames. And this right here, ooh, failed it. There we go. And right there, just as a, I guess, just as a little buffer, it's just my personal preference. Once I've reached this point right here, I just do kind of like a little, right there. I just do like a little wiggle here. Because if I try to go, or if I try to go early, or if I try to go over it, or if I try to, anything else is going to result in taking a hit from this thing. So my personal way is just keep holding left, even through these clunk frames. Just walk a little under it, turn back, and jump over. That's my way of handling this chandelier. And there used to be a strat where we throw crosses at this axe knight here, but actually I recommend no crosses and just taking a boost through. It should be about the same frame window whether you get a high axe or a low axe. He's gonna crouch, so it'll seem like his hitbox is a little lower, but the whole idea here is to get above the chandelier. It's gonna bounce up, but before it is bounced, there's about a 4 or 5 frame window where it's low enough that you can actually hit the back side of this axe knight here before it bounces up and knocks you back. And I think anyone can get good at this with practice. It seems hard as hell, but I have a visual. Once Simon is in front of this candle, right about there, I'd say, maybe center left of this candle, once you see his head is able to poke out of the left side of the candle above me, the chandelier has already triggered, and that's the time to jump. Oops, I can't do it out of a pause though. That's the time to jump. And then once you're at the peak of your jump, time a left input. The left input in particular is the one you have to time. That should be good. Good. So if you're a little late, like that, it's gonna knock you back. And if you're a little early, it's also gonna knock you back. So just be sure to get that neutral jump at the same time every time. And the only thing you have to time is the left. And that should be a 4 or 5 frame window with my setup there. Once you've taken the boost, a PM to look at on the break. Okay. All right. I'll be sure to do that once I hit my next break. Yeah, this is 7th Saga right here. This is a game, I tried to love 7th Saga. I tried so hard. Oh, and this is just Castlevania 1. I also know for a fact that this particular video is incredibly quiet, so I'll turn it up for that. Anyways, yeah. Do a neutral jump in the same spot every time. That way you only have to time the left input going over the guy. And it's actually pretty easy once you've got the setup right. So once you've done that, you take this boost. And once you're... Yeah, I would get in the center of this candle, throw a high cross here. So 1, 2, 3. That'll take care of all these guys. You're gonna need a whip for this first one. Oh yeah, don't get this axe. You are gonna have to deal with these guys, and I'm pretty sure there's no way to deal with these guys without accidentally, or without putting that axe on the ground. I would love to not have the axe on the ground. That would be nice, but no. In this case, I would recommend just don't worry about it and just jump over the axe as soon as you see it. It's a nice big frame window. It's pretty easy. Okay, throw 3 crosses. That third cross is going to need to be a little delayed because it's kind of in the way of this axe. So 1, 2, delay, 3. And I do recommend whips on all of these. I don't think there's a lag issue. I don't think there's a lag issue, but these crosses should fall in line with these ectoplasms pretty well. And a forward whip on each one should be safe. So far with my frame counts, I have never dealt with lag on those. Okay, so kill this. Oops. Once you see this guy, kill this guy. I think the perfect timing is when you grab this heart. In case you're like on emulator, because he comes out of the side of the screen a little fast. So anybody on emulator might have a harder time reacting to him. So if you need a visual, this heart, the instant you grab it, is a pretty good time to grab that. So right about here, as I'm making the walk to this big heart, like right after I've killed this guy, I'm looking at my heart count right now. And I'm going, okay, there's 2 big hearts right here. If I have 20 or more, I don't need any more. I'm okay. Because I like to end stages with 0 hearts just so there's less of a countdown at the end of the stage. With the exception of stage 5, because there is no heart countdown in that stage. It just transitions straight to the next stage and retains your hearts. Well, if I have less than 20 right here, this is also a big heart, and you can get that. It's lagless, it's fine. You can get that if you want to. In this case, I'm gonna skip it because I think 23 is more than enough. Okay, so we're heading to the staircase with an axe knight on top of it. It seems faster to get as far inside. And it actually is. It is actually, you get inside the staircase faster by getting on the inside of it, right about there, and making your jump from as far left as possible. Well, what this does is it makes you bump into this axe knight's body, and you take 3 damage. And it does give you enough iframes to go all the way to the edge as long as you make your jump right, like I didn't do. Alternatively, you can do what I wound up doing at the end of the grind, which is actually jumping from the base of the stairs right here. And look what happens. So I sacrificed a little time. That's about 5 frames slower right there. I'm getting up these stairs 5 frames slower, but look at this. Okay. Look at my health. Oh. Okay, my bad. I jumped at the wrong spot. It's about here. It's about as soon as Simon's foot reaches the base of the stairs. There we go. That should do it. Sorry about that. Okay, watch my health. Good. All right, I only took 2 health of damage, 2 HP damage there. That's what you want. If you want to, like, it's kind of a gamble later. There's some math that you have to do, all over this stage. Like if you take extra hits somewhere or some shit like that, then you're gonna have to consider your HP at all times. And I'll help you out with kind of like in stage 3 where I gave kind of like a priority chart for how much health you have at certain different points and what to get rid of in case you want to save some health. All right, well, in this case, yo, Maderick, thank you for the GL. What's up, Zytoriak? I know, lots and lots of math. I'll try and cut down the math as much as I can, because I've done the math myself. But in this case, I like to have I like to take less damage where I can in case it's going to save some time. So I'm sacrificing 5 frames on the stairs here by jumping a little further to the right. That way I take a hit off the axe instead of the body. I do a little stun there just for safety because you saw me get knocked off the edge last time. You don't want that. I'm able to use that extra health point to save some time later. Kind of. I'm sometimes, if I get the right pattern, I save about 7 frames. All right, so this next, so keep that in mind, that is an option. Not everybody does it. Some people just take the body boost, and that's fine. That's totally fine. It sometimes saves time to do that. It sometimes loses time to do that. I'll show you why once I get to the end of this stage. So put a range check on what I'm doing right now. I'm going to take this 2 damage here, not the 3 damage. And we're going to move on to the next spot. And I'll bring it back. I'll bring it back to that as soon as we reach the spot where it matters. Okay. Wrong spot. Here? No. Here? No. Here? Ah, okay. Yeah. So this is having done the jump off of here. I should probably mention where exactly the jump takes place. So I do a little stun. It's basically, yeah. It's basically right before I'm about to hit these stairs here. Just make the jump there. And the idea is to land down here on the first clunk jump. You don't want to land here. You want to land right here. So try to get your jumps lined up in a way where you land down here. And at the same time, we're gonna be hucking some crosses. Not on this jump, on the very next clunk. So I take a clunk here, and we're gonna jump out of the clunk. We're gonna do a same frame cross throw here. That's a jump and sub weapon on the same frame, so a low cross throw. And then 2 more. And we want those last 2 to really be same frame. Oops, forgot that one. We want those 2 to really be same frame. You want to make sure that those last 2 right there are doing consistent damage. All right, and then the final hit is going to hit that ectoplasm and that guy and the guy at the same time. So 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna do that from here, real quick. Jump, low cross, same height cross, and a whip. Whoops. So this part is hard to get down. I actually don't even recommend. Yeah, if you're able to get these same height crosses pretty consistently, then you don't need that safety whip right there. That's a safety whip right there, and it lags. So if you're feeling confident, just walk through it. If you're feeling confident that you got the same height crosses, you're gonna get consistent damage there if you did that. So you don't need that safety whip. All it does is lag anyway, if it turns out you didn't need it. So just walk through, and then wait till then to do the lag. You're gonna hit the ectoplasm and the ghost at the same time. Whoopsie. Didn't get the jump there. It's actually a huge disaster if anything here goes wrong. All right, so you're able to get clunk jumps all the way to here. But now you got spikes above you, and they kill you in 1 hit. So don't do any more clunk jumps after that. 2, 3. There it is. All right. Yeah, this section will take a lot of practice. That shit right there is... It's one of those things that once it's in your muscle memory, it's not too bad. But getting it down takes a lot of work, I think. It took me a lot of work for sure. It took me a lot of trying to understand it. It was hard for me to even understand it, and that's the strat I wound up coming up with. I think it's the same as 2Cat's strat. He helped me out through this. Helped me to understand. He helped me understand the same height cross throw rule in this game, which I'm glad that exists, because otherwise you'd be dealing with frame rules all over the place and be unable to avoid it. I just realized the music's kind of loud now, isn't it? All right, there we go. Okay, so now we're here. And that's the last clunk jump you can do, is right there. That spike will never hit you, but this spike always will. So enough clunk jumps there. Looks like I actually made the save state while I still had clunk jumps there. So you just have to take the rest of the clunk jumps there. That's the most frames you can save out of clunk jumps. I like to throw across the instant I grab this meat. So 1 cross right there. And then I have 1 more visual. As soon as Simon is center with that background pillar right there. 1, 2. 2 more crosses. And then as soon as I get up to this platform, I make this jump and I throw this cross at the same time. And then we're gonna do a bat boost. So as soon as we grab the meat, 1, 2, 3. Let that one go by me. Jump up while throwing the 3rd one. Okay, the further left I can make this boost, the better. So this bat boost is kind of tricky. All right, this part's easy. You just throw the crosses at the right time. You make it up to here. So you get this 3rd cross. Try to get this boost as far forward as you can, but you also need it to be late enough as well. That, oopsie, I was a little too far, because yeah, this block is a little tricky right here. Yeah, you'll have to find out through experience just exactly where the part of this block that bonks your head is, because you do not want to bonk. You needed a full height jump in order to make this boost up to here. And personally, I like to get a little further right of that and do a little neutral jump into it. That's my way of doing it. Now, on top of that, you're going to need this boost to be late enough as well that you're able to hit that bat with that cross at the same time. There are some people that actually know a way to, I actually don't know how to do this, but some people know a way to despawn this second bat here. I actually forget how to do that. But I recommend just I recommend just learning how to get the boost as late enough that this bottom bat is not going to be an issue for you, and the cross deals with him. Oh, that time the cross didn't deal with him. So I'm still not very good at that. So maybe if you learn how to despawn that bat, it might be better for you. I just forget how to do it. But personally, I never had to deal with it. Okay, once you get that boost... Oh, move just left enough to make the first bat to move. The second one doesn't come. So just go that far. So just like that. Okay. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, that's pretty neat. Okay, that's the idea. So you don't despawn them. That's what I always thought it was. I thought people were despawning them. But no, they just don't go too far. Okay, that's an idea. Yeah, just neutral out at some point on this tile. That's an idea, for sure. I never did that myself. I always just walked. And then just took the boost as close to the tile as I could. Yeah, that's definitely also an idea, for sure. Yeah, if that's easier for you, by all means do that. I actually really like it. But yeah, this was always my strat, and it looks like I messed it up again. So maybe that strat is better. Yeah, it happened again. So here's why it's bad to leave that second bat alive. Hang on, let me get an example of messing it up. There we go. Okay, so you're able to kill that bat, but that bat can still hit you. Even through the floor, like even that far through the floor like that, he could still hit you just fine. So if any way you can deal with that second bat, be sure to do it. That was always my way. It was boosting late, dealing with that bat with the cross. Pointed out what? With my green finger? I'm just glad I didn't have that up on screen all this time. Nah, I messed it up again. Man, I'm really sucking right now at that. Yeah, you don't want that bat to stay alive. I swear back in the day I was super consistent at that. And I never had to learn how to do that. Well, anyways, okay, so let's move on to the next part. Okay, so we're headed toward the Axe Knight. So there's a certain tile I use. It's this one right here. Once I'm center with this tile right here. That's my only visual that I got. Center with this tile, exactly. That's the time to jump. And if you get a high boost, you can just hold right and get the axe boost. And if he gives you a low pattern, which he's not doing. Give me a low pattern, come on. You're gonna have to turn back a little bit. Otherwise, you're just gonna jump over it. No. Boy, he loves the high axe today. That's good RNG. I like getting the high axe. But he usually gives me a low axe and runs. Will you kindly... Come on, I'm trying to show something. There we go. So if you try to just hold right on the low axe, you're gonna jump straight over it and bash into his body. So if you get the low axe, just be ready to turn back for it. And the reason for that is the axe deals 2 damage, the body deals 3. Now, we have come full circle. Yo, Tinwee. Always keep it alive. All right. So we've come full circle. These two things are connected. These stairs right here. taking the axe boost right here. I messed that up. That's okay. All right, so this is after taking an axe boost. I tried to do this. I tried to do the strat and I failed because I'm not used to it. Anyways, so now you get here with this amount of health, and if you I already spawned him. So if you take an axe boost here, you take 2 more damage. If you take a body boost, you take 3 more damage. So this is why in runs I like to do the axe boost, because I want to take 1 more table boost at the end, and you need 2 extra health for that, because usually you have 1 HP at the end. And to do that, you need to find places to save 2 points of damage, because otherwise the strat becomes so I got well inside those stairs, so you know I'm going to take a body boost instead of an axe boost here. 3 points of damage there. Oops, I messed up. I forgot. I just messed that up. Hang on, let me try it again. I forgot how to do this. Okay, do a stun right there, jump right there, throw. There, that was perfect. All right, so now I'm 1 HP lower than if I had taken the axe boost. I'm just gonna do my normal strat because that's all I'm good at. And now we go a little further forward and take a body boost there. So now this is like standard amount of damage taken. And now I can take 2 table boosts at the end of the stage instead of 3. So that's not exactly a bad strat either. It's not exactly that the axe boost, it's not so much that the axe boost necessarily is faster, it's 50-50 whether it's faster or slower. And so if you like to take a gamble, if it's slower, it'll be slower by 5 frames. If it's faster, it'll be faster by 7 frames. So I like that gamble personally. Even though, in reality, 5 frames and 7 frames isn't huge. And the reason it can be faster or slower is because, the reason it can be faster or slower is because of this axe. If you get the high axe, that's faster, because you don't have to do a turn back. If you get the low axe, I said 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 if you get the low axe, I said, I swear it's 50-50. I said if you get the low axe, okay, then you have to do a turn back, and that costs some frames, more frames than it was worth when you sacrifice frames on the stairs. And the extra table boost you get won't be worth it, but it'll be 5 frames slower than otherwise. So if you want to make it, more, if you want to make it more consistent, so that you have the same exact health value every time, definitely take the body boost there and the other body boost up here. So this is the body boost save state. So I've taken 1 extra point of damage, and then get all the way up in his grill as close as you can. Whether he gives you a low axe or high axe should be good enough to get up close enough and be able to jump both of those, both the axe and the body, land on the back of the body, get the boost. So in this case, you have 2 HP less than what I was recommending earlier. But if it turned out you got a bad pattern when you did the gamble for the extra table boost, then this will be faster than that at the very least. Okay, the end of the screen. Where are we at? No. Okay, so this is after we've taken the boost. We should have iframes here. Doesn't matter iframes, I'm just making sure I'm in the right spot. So right here, I like to use I like to be Simon's body width right inside of this tile. So as soon as Simon's body width is inside this tile, that's about the time to do a jump and a jump and a jump. I messed that up. Okay, jump, jump, jump. I do it better from walking than from standing. Jump, jump, jump. So it's kind of funny. You can land right here, and there's quite a bit of a platform here before it actually like is a sinkhole. As long as you make this jump on the flipping platform, you're good. But you have quite a bit of leeway here, and that allows you to make another jump right here. Get out of my way. That allows you to make another jump right here. That's just kind of like a... If I could grab the staircase. Come on. Right there, right there, right there. Yeah. So if you just hold up and right on this jump right here, you'll be able to grab that staircase immediately with your jump. As long as you do it from the right spot. Most people would jump from like much further inside because they don't think that there's a platform in between those two flipping platforms, and so they don't quite make it to the stair transition as fast. The way to get to the stair transition the fastest is to land on that middle spot right there. That way the stair transition jump is just a right jump, and that's it. And yeah, feel free to, at the peak of the jump, just press left just to make sure you're actually grab the stairs, because you're not always going to grab it with just holding up and right. Okay, next screen. What about if you get a low axe? Then you lose a little time. Whoopsie. Yo, McRed, welcome. Thanks so much for the 18 months. I'm not doing my usual sub spiel just because it's a tutorial and I want this to go on other platforms. All right. Yeah, so right about there. Let's start the next screen. All right, here we are. I would just hold up and right coming up these stairs. Don't do that. Jump at the top. Throw a high cross. That's going to kill a bat later. Once you fall off of this platform here, throw... I didn't know you can make this jump. That looks like you can't make it. Throw a low cross there and jump out of it. The high cross will take care of that bat there. So low cross there and a whip. So high cross, fall down, low cross, whip. And the high cross will take care of that bat at the same time that you're jumping up these stairs. Whoopsie. Sometimes holding up against staircases like this, you're going to get this kind of weirdness, and that'll eat your jump sometimes. Just find the right time to jump out of that. It's anywhere between here, and oh my god. I can't even, nah, you can't even like, you can't even like demonstrate it. You can't even like pause it at the right point. But if you're holding up at the top of a staircase, Simon can travel a little further before falling off. Anyways, yeah. So that is kind of a tight jump, but it's not like insanely tight. It's just find the frame window, get the jump, do a high cross, low cross. I messed up grabbing the stairs, but that's okay. It still killed the bat, so I could still move forward just fine. Right there. Nope, not right there. I missed the staircase. Right there. Okay. That should be the fastest way to get up here. Next, I would jump from the edge here. 1, 2. I would take these clunk frames right here. So you got clunk frames that start right here. You can jump out of one of them here. I would just take the rest of them. There's really no way to line this up properly, because this is going to be that's going to be a clunk too. So it's not like you're going to save your clunk frames by jumping out, going to here. Either way, you're going to have to deal with clunk frames. And since you've already jumped out of one of them here, I think the ones to take would be right here, since you've got the fewest left. And then you can just walk down here, no clunk frames here. I tried my ass off to find a way to deal with this clunkless, and I couldn't do it. So just take these clunk frames here, walk off. Jump from the rightmost possible point you can here. Try to maximize those jump frames, minimize the stair frames. Yep, you can moonwalk up them too if you want to, but I don't recommend it because you're about to walk in the other direction when you get to the top. All right, so these are some crumble platforms here. Find a good spot to jump from here so these jumps line up. I like to get kind of early right here. It doesn't have to be perfect or anything, but I also like to make sure that all the rest of these jumps are one frame jumps. That helps them line up a little better. As opposed to long jumps right here. I sort of get a little close to this guy, and he could knock me back and knock me into the spike pit. I feel like I have better chances if I one frame all of those crumble blocks. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. As I'm coming off the last one, it's a diagonal whip, followed by another jump and a down whip. That should take care of that guy just fine. Yo, Beef Supreme! Welcome, thank you for the 8 months. Butt neighbor, enjoy your big nothing. Ah. Can't see? What do you mean? Oh, can't see the one F with the tip of my fingernail? No, I just use the. I don't really have fingernails. I just kind of like a slap base technique, like just pop it like that. Kind of like, I don't really know how to demonstrate. I'm just like tapping it. You can even see my thumb kind of bounce off of it. But yeah, I'm just kind of using the bone at the tip of my my thumb as the most solid source that I can. They don't necessarily have to be one frame jumps. Just be ready in case you have some tall jumps here. It's like, oh god. Maybe make like a neutral jump there. Maybe a little bit of a turn back there if you don't think that that your one frame jumps have lined up. Yeah, like Paul will do like a flick technique like that. I think he calls it the air guitar jump or something like that. What I've found is when you practice those, the side of the button rips your skin off after like 10 jumps. And I don't recommend practicing like that personally. I've always found it super consistent like this. Although I have played a whole lot of games that have jumping like that. So I'm pretty used to, I don't know, I've speed ran for a long time, so I'm pretty good at these. One frame jumps. Like they are so tight that they're not even showing up on the input viewer sometimes. Like, do you see that? I'm getting the jump, but it's only sometimes showing up on the input viewer. I think it's because the input viewer is in 30 frames a second. That's really interesting. Anyways, let's move on. All right. So I think you're lined up on the way pretty well if you're on the left sides of these blocks. Left sides of the blocks is usually the key part to make sure it's like a hold right as opposed to any turnbacks or neutrals. And then when you get to the next part, and then that, where is it at? Oh yeah, it's right here. I found it. How about this one? Yeah, this is pretty good. I'm not gonna show the new Richter boost because I don't think it's faster, nor have I confirmed whether it's faster or not. Okay, fine, I'll show it. I'll show it real quick. Wait, you want to get that? Yeah, you want this meat. So it's like one stun lock of oh, the cross kills that. How am I gonna show that? I have to grab the cross in some way, like that. There we go. So the coffin's able to come down and actually follow you there if you do one stun lock on it. And you can take a boost right there. I don't think it's faster though. I have never done a frame count on this. I'm just showing this because it's a possibility and I don't know. But in this case, I'm just gonna show the old strat. So, okay, so on this last tile before the edge here, I like to get the width of Simon just over the crack. And then make the jump right here. Very low cross so that it hits that candle. And then the down whip takes care of the final hit on the skeleton. I should be able to land on that meat. Grab it just in time. And then as soon as I grab that last heart, that's usually my visual. As soon as I touch the last heart, that's the time to make the jump. You could use the same visual here, like as soon as the width of Simon is right inside of, right over the crack here. That's another good visual. And the whole idea of jumping there is so that you can make this is going to be a clunk, and you're going to want to jump out of the clunk, but you want to make the jump in a way that doesn't touch that block right there. It'll obstruct your right path. So land in a spot where where that block doesn't obstruct you quite so much. I like to make it a 1 frame personally, but you may not have to. And there's going to be more clunk jumps after that, so just be ready for it. Okay, so something like that. Oh, I wasn't supposed to throw that third cross. That was a waste. Waste of time. 1, 2. And then, so here, there's an interesting thing. This might be the first time in the game that this is actually applied here. But I still am in clunk frames. I'm still in clunk frames. Even though I'm on stairs and I've been, you know, just standing up for a long, long time. As soon as I'm off the stairs again, the rest of the clunk frames are gonna come out right there. As soon as I reach the top of the staircase. So once you've reached the top of the staircase, if you still have clunk frames, you could still jump out all the way to there. I don't recommend another one because there's a ceiling up here that obstructs you. But all the way to here, and then just walk the rest of it to the end of the screen. So I'll show what that looks like here. Oops. Well, I wasted my clunk frames by failing to jump out of a cross throw. Let's see if I can take clunk frames all the way to the top, though. I'm curious about this. Bring a save state here. That was pretty good jumps there. So, boop, boop. Yeah, I had like a couple of clunk frames right here left when I made it up here. So it is possible to bring clunk frames all the way to there. And again, the more jumps you get, that's 1 frame each. So it adds up. Yo, welcome Kraken Skull Collector. Yo, Evil Elf, welcome, thank for the raid. Welcome Evil Elf's viewers. I'm JC, I'm doing a tutorial of CV4. I'm about halfway through now. Although realistically, halfway through is probably stage 8, not stage 6. But in terms of number of stages, I'm halfway through. All right, yeah, that's it. Let's move on to the next screen. Okay, this screen is gonna take a lot of memorizing, and I'm just gonna tell you my inputs. I'm not gonna go through the why and how of anything. I'm just gonna tell you what to memorize, and you're gonna spend like 3 or 4 hours memorizing it, because this garbage takes a long time to memorize. So find a spot. I guess jump out of one of the early frames here. Again, you got this cutscene where Simon is walking in, and you can't control him until he's right there. So jump from the earliest frame you can, because you're gonna want to boost off of this guy, no matter his pattern. And you can see that you don't have much time to do so. So you're gonna have to do it from one of the early frames right here. At the same time, I recommend a whip stun right there. And then once you land, it's gonna be kind of locking you in place for a little bit, but trust me, this is the best way I could find to keep your right momentum while still keeping lag. While reducing lag the most. So whip stun right there, 3 crosses with down whips in between, diagonal down whips in between. So whip stun, boost, lock while throwing a cross. Okay, it's gonna look like that. So okay. Enter the screen, jump off the block, diagonal whip stun while taking a boost. Once you land, lock cross, get it low enough that it still hits these guys. If it's a little above the ground, that's okay, as long as it's still about to hit these guys' hitboxes. So then throw. Oops, I got the wrong whip there. Okay, boom, boom, boom. So after the second cross, throw another diagonal whip. You might throw another diagonal whip, depending on the pattern. Like after the third cross, so it's like whip, whip. That could happen sometimes. Sometimes that will be necessary. After that, it's mostly walking. Throw, whip, throw, whip. I failed the whip. So as soon as you grab the first cross, it's right about here. That's when you're gonna throw your next volley. Boom, boom, whip, boom, whip. Okay? Okay. I'm gonna show that again. I keep missing the third whip. That third whip might not always be necessary. It's very rare to get a pattern where that's necessary. All right, so after all that is taken care of, okay, that's the first part of the screen. As soon as you grab the first cross, do a jump, throw, throw. Wait. Don't throw the third one immediately until you've grabbed that money bag. That money bag right there is your visual for the third one. And that's going to kill that skeleton right there. Get him out of your way so that you can climb up the stairs like this. All right, I'm going to show that one more time. Yeah, this title theme is pretty awesome. Oh, I got the example right there where you had to whip. The crosses didn't take care of him, so I bashed into the guy because I failed to whip. Whip, whip. Oh, I didn't whip, but good thing I got him taken care of there. Okay, one more time. Whip, whip. Grab, 1, 2. Wait for the money bag, 3. In my world record, I actually failed to wait for the money bag. I zombied out, I autopiloted, and I forgot to delay the third cross. So if you watch the current world record, you're gonna see it bash into that last skeleton on accident because that idiot, who is me, threw the cross in the wrong spot. I'll show you exactly what I did, in fact. Let me show you exactly what I did. It's not too hard to recreate. I went 1, 2, 3. And then I'm like, oh shit, I threw the cross at the wrong time. Oh. That's what happened. That's why I throw the third cross at a more delayed time. Oh yeah, the time can be pushed much lower. I think this run could technically be... Yo, Cypherian, welcome. That top blood skeleton. Do you whip it if he blocks the second stairs? No, although... I guess there's a way to... I guess there's a way to kill him. Some people's setup has him dying at the end. I don't know how they do it, but they throw a cross there, and they're able to kill him and take care of the bottom skeleton at the same time. I never had to worry about that as long as I had my setup, because as long as you don't stop moving, he will never block the stairs for you. And yeah, as long as you do all of this exactly correctly without stopping, everything should line up, and you should only need that. You could maybe throw it there. Not really, because it didn't do anything, but I don't know. I'm sure there's a way to handle the skeletons. That was the most lagless way I know of right there. And it doesn't really allow for any room to throw a cross there. I have no way of whipping him either. Oh, and actually, I guess better to answer your question, if he does happen to block the staircase, which let's just assume I made the same mistake as I made in the PB. Let's assume I did that. It's like, I threw it at the wrong time. I have to get rid of him there, and yeah, I have to do something like that. Personally, I just walk up the stairs without jumping, because if I try to make that jump, he's just gonna bash into me. This I learned in that PB. Sometimes he bashes into me. I think what did I do? I realized at this point that I had thrown it the wrong spot, and so I threw another cross here. And I didn't do 2 whips, I did 1. And that was just enough time for him to hit me. So I'm like, oh shit. What I should have done is just walked up these stairs. That would have been the way to get around him without taking the hit. Yo, thank you, Garfels. Kills top and bottom. I remember timing Two Cat's pattern. Oh man, this was the screen that I looked up, I think the top 20 places to see what they were doing. And at the time, Hanage was on there. Yo, Vroosh, good to see you. Hanage was on the top 20, so I was able to see his and Joe's, and it turned out Joe was saving a consistent like half second every single time, maybe 0.2. Yeah, half second's too much. It was more like 10 frames. He was saving like a consistent 10 frames over me, the strat that I was doing at the time, because I actually kind of came up with my own And I assumed it was faster just because I wasn't stopping at all. There was no lock on the ground, like that one cross at the start. I mostly wanted to work that out. And in doing so, I created a shitload more lag. And every single time I would like race side by side with Joe, I would lose 10 frames there. So I'm like, okay, I'm definitely not doing this right. I'm gonna learn Joe's way. And I found out that Joe learned it from Hanage Belmondo. Hanage Belmondo has, that's a run, even though it's far back there on the list, that's a good run to go to if you want to like glean strats that nobody ever noticed. Usually Hanage has found a strat. And oftentimes I found myself coming up with ideas that it turned out Hanage had came up with years ago. This just keeps on happening. He's just like a legendary runner at this game, and we all respect him for that. Anyways, throw at the very top and throwing you land. I can't because there's 3 crosses on the screen at that moment. Let's see. So 1, 2. There's 2 on the screen now, and then 1, and then the only way is to be able to grab one of those 2 crosses. So I throw that high one, and I can't throw another one. And there's no other time either. I just have to sit and throw a whip. So the best way I could handle this was to just not deal with that top skeleton at all. And yeah, to answer Cypherian's question better, if you do wind up having to deal with that top skeleton, because it's things are bound to go wrong on this screen, then just walk up the stairs instead and just try to follow him back. Because usually he gets out of your way. I don't know of a pattern of his where he keeps on walking into you. I think he always goes back like that. Yes, you need to keep the cross as part of the speedrun. You could try not keeping the cross as part of the speedrun, but if you really want a speedrun where you're not using the cross, it's time for Castlevania. Well, it's time for Castlevania 3, I guess. Do you use the cross in that? You do use the cross in that all the time. Is there a single damn Castlevania speedrun that doesn't use the cross? I don't know. Anyways, next screen. Well, I mean, there is the low percent run as well. You could just learn to run it whip only or with the leather whip. Okay, so the way I do this screen, I will usually grab this big heart, because that heart above the hands is a big heart. You do have to jump over this anyway, otherwise it'll grab you, and there's nothing you can do. And you don't want that grabbing you, so the way to not let it grab you is to jump over that. And if you want, you can grab this big heart on the way. I do it just because it's part of my muscle memory to do so. All right. This is another one of those screens. This screen is actually just like the previous one, where it's better if I just give you the inputs and spare you the why and the how, because we'll be here for hours if I do that. So grab optional. Once you're at the bottom of this jump right here, throw, whip, whip. Be sure to only have 2 crosses on your screen at this point. So those 2 whips take care of all the crappy skeleton patterns you can get. At this point, you want the 3rd cross to be right there, the 4th cross to be right there, more whips, another whip for safety right there in case you get a shitty pattern there, and a 3rd cross at the last point. So one more time. 1, 2. Okay, we got him dead, so oops, I failed to jump. 1, 2. Okay, he's going back. So the 2nd whip got him. More jumps right here. This whole entire section is just jumping. There's like never a moment where I'm not jumping anywhere in that screen. And as long as your jumps are in the right spots, they should all line up with these hands so that you never get grabbed by them. And I like to add some 1 frames wherever needed in case I need to back them up. So that last cross right there is to take care of those 2 skeletons there. Okay, so one more time. Ooh, I landed on the hands. That's like that's actually hard to do. It's like a 1st frame jump off the stairs here to do that. 1, 2. Good, got him. 1 frame's here. 1, 2. If that next skeleton goes forward, not here, but here, a whip will take place. and then another cross right here. That last cross is the most important because it takes care of these guys, and these guys deal 4 damage if they touch you. Okay, so boom, boom. Oops, I forgot to see. I forget what I'm doing here. Forget where I'm at. Okay, right there, right there. Okay, right there. Another whip just in case he gets in your way like that. This is so much easier from the start. I'm sorry. 1, 2, whip, whip again because he didn't die. 1, 2, whip, whip again for safety. And then you should be able to walk the rest of that until you jump over the next set of hands. And then the final cross you throw should take care of both of these skeletons at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, both of these screens should take a while to get down. I think this screen will take less time to get down than the last one, personally. I don't know. Me personally, it took all freaking afternoon to get that one, just get that one screen, that last screen before this one right correctly one time ever. And even then, it was like it turned out to be a crappy strat because I was losing 10 frames over the world record every single time. Anyway, so this is what that screen looks like. Ugh, the whole distance. Ugh, Jesus, man. Also, it's fair to mention that it's impossible to jump on this staircase because of the block above you. So just walk to these stairs. And then this is a jump. First frame that you can off of the top of the previous stairs. Should get you out of the screen the fastest into the screen transition. And now you're in the coffin screen. This is the final screen of stage 6. Oh, God. Oh, God. This screen is going to take forever. Oh, this screen. Okay, so let me show you something. I'm just gonna show you why I went, oh God. It's because, so here's my save state program. I get a little more of it on screen here so you can see. Right, so when I reach stage 6, this is what happened. This is how this works. I have this hooked up to my computer and I can double click this. You know, just double click anywhere in the whole game. Here's like a stage 4 section, screen 2. Oh, stage 4, screen 2. Here's the skeleton. I got all these patterns on save. Well, look at this. So this is the first time this has happened anywhere in the game. I got to stage 6. Here's the screen we're on, screen 7. And I realized, oh yeah, I had to make an entire new subcategory for this garbage right here. Look at all of these. This is all one thing. This is all the different patterns that one guy can do. 2 guys actually. There's one dancer and then there's 2 dancers. So brace yourselves. We're gonna be here a while. But we're not there yet. We still got the first part of the screen to deal with. Yo, Koopa, how you doing? What's up, Retro Canadian Gamer? Yeah, so, all right. Start of the screen. Here's how I do my coffin boost. You might have seen other speedrunners do this. I like to get roughly almost center with the crack of this tile right here. Maybe slightly center left. And it's a full jump. So full jump, high cross, and then a whip cancel on the ground. It doesn't necessarily have to be a whip cancel, but you do need to get inside this coffin circle if you want to get through it the fastest. I like to do it with a high boost there. Again, it doesn't need to be a whip cancel. It could be a straight whip, but best case scenario, you take 2 hits from those coffins, and I prefer to take 1 hit, just so I can take more table boosts. Just as a general rule, one high boost is worse than 2 low table boosts. I don't remember the exact frame count. I just remember it's better to take 2 table boosts than 1 high coffin boost. Or, sorry, yeah. Yeah. So one extra coffin. If you have to take 2 hits from the coffins, that will be worse than taking 2 table boosts. Okay. So, one more time. Let's get back to the inputs. Okay, center of this crack right here. Maybe a little center left. That's like the maximum, I'd say, is to be exactly center with the crack. You still want to aim, I want to say roughly 1/3 of the way over the crack. Between 1/4, 1/3. And then full jump, high cross. Okay, and then deliberately bash into the right side of the highest point of the left side coffins that you can. That straight whip is actually kind of dangerous because it pretty much usually guarantees that you're about to oh god, I keep on pressing whip in the middle of the cross animation. Right there. There we go. It pretty much guarantees that you're about to take that low hit. And if you take that low hit right there, it forces you to take this one right here. So that is an option. That was definitely the old strat before I decided to do the one coffin boost strat that involves that whip cancel right there. So the way I perform that whip cancel is actually, it's more simple than it looks. I simply hold whip. So when I land on the ground, I get this whip at a time where the instant I land, the landing itself automatically neutrals out my whip. It doesn't actually, limps out my whip. It doesn't actually matter at what point during the jump I press the button. As long as I'm holding whip, the landing automatically whip cancels for me. So really the key to that one whip right there is just hold the whip button. Just hold upright and whip when you're doing that whip, and then let the floor cancel out your whip. That's the time you let go of whip. So boop, boop, hold. Oh, damn it. I pressed it too early again. That's my most common mistake I make there. There we go. Is pressing whip in the middle of the cross animation. So, like that. So that whip cancel does 2 things. Number 1, it's just plain faster to do, because you can start moving again really fast. Number 2, it's very important here, because taking 1 coffin boost in favor of more table boosts is better than taking 2 coffin boosts. Alright, so if you have 7 health at this point, you know you can take a boost off of all but one of the tables, which I normally kill. There's one table that I always kill no matter what anyway, so that's fine. Okay, yeah. I hope that whatever I mentioned there helps you out with this. So in summary, about 1/3 of the way across this crack, your maximum is center. So just find all the way from here, find a good visual to start jumping from, and just let the rest of this be a lineup of jumping from this one spot. So jump high throw, whip cancel, let the floor cancel you, and then once you're inside the coffin boost, or once you're inside the coffins, boost off of the highest left one that you can on the right side. Get the high boost, that way you only take 1 damage here, or 1 hit here. Ah, Denson, welcome back from work. All right, once we're past the coffin, I think that's it. All right, once we're past the coffin, so here's the table boost. This, you could pretty much, throughout the rest of the stage, just base all of what HP you still have left, because it's a very chaotic stage. A lot is bound to go wrong. And so if you've taken like extra hits here, these table boosts are an option to just avoid the damage on, because they're very low, they're very weak boosts anyway. And you could start right here just by throwing this one low and killing him. Another option is getting close, getting a whip stun there and getting him over there. That does not change anything. The kill, I've never had this kill lag anything, so this is fine. So either kill or just do that whip stun. But if you do have enough health, in this case, I'd say 7 is plenty. Maybe even 5, I'd say, is plenty. Just take this boost. That's about 13 frames right there that you save just from boost frames. Okay, and then the next table. Also, if you're low on hearts here, sometimes I realize I'm low on hearts here. That's a big heart candle. You can just grab it on the way over. Just boom. Get 6 hearts right there. If you need them. I don't need them. 12 is actually way the hell too much. So the next spot right here for table 2, I'm using the altar in the background, this little pillar holding the statue with the boobies. I like to get my head about halfway into that before I make the jump here and the cross here. The cross will not kill this table for some reason, even though it takes these tables have weird health values. So sometimes they'll take 2 hits to kill, sometimes they'll take more than 2 hits to kill. I think it has something to do with whether they're moving or not. All right, and then for the third table, that one's always gonna die, but that one does lag the screen if too many things die at once. So this is why I throw this cross. Actually, yeah, this is another one I learned from 2Cat. Throw that cross, that way it kills that table. And those flame sprites are gotten rid of by the time you grab this rosary and kill a bunch of more things. And that's why it's good to kill that table first before grabbing this rosary. Whereas otherwise, if you just go, you can probably visually see how much more lag that is. It's not that much more, but it does exist. Just consider that that will be a time save. If you have that many things dying at once, it'll lag more. What's up, Dragoon in training? Yeah. No, they're really cute animations, I think. Yeah, it's so funny that the chairs just play peekaboo while the tables are moving. Anyways, so there you go. Now you have 3 health left, and you can take 1 more hit. Not from a dancer. Those guys deal 3 hit damage each, so try to avoid hits from those guys at all costs. Unless by some fated reason you enter here with an even number of health, I actually recommend to make the maximum 4 HP, just in case the dancers are bad. I mean, you have the option. You can also assume that the dancers are going to be good and just take the table boosts anyway, but it means you will end with 2 HP instead of 1. And I like to utilize the HP bar as much as I can for little turbo boosts here and there. All right, so as soon as I grab the cross, I do 3 crosses like that. Hang on. All right, right here. So I've grabbed the rosary. These guys are gonna die. Oh, every time I load the state, there's gonna be a flashing light. So my apologies. Maybe I can do that. There we go. That's a better save state. 1, 2, 3. That's how I do that. Although most people, I think, do this instead, and that's fair because it's going to make it so that because if I do it that way, that means there's going to be some cross animation right there that I'm going to have to jump out of. So it's totally fair to instead do it this way. This is the moment you have grabbed the rosary, you start making these throws. The thing I don't like about doing this is usually only one of these crosses hits this asshole dancer right here. Yeah, that's a perfectly good pattern. Whereas if I had done the 3 close crosses, that would have killed that dancer early. So there's a good chance that dancer will be in my way once I reach the end of the screen. So yeah, so just if you have a lot of time on your hands, this is the efficient way. This is the efficient way to learn how to handle all the different things that could go wrong. And all the different things that can happen. Just all the different patterns of dancers you can get. There's 2 dancers in particular after the rosary that you have to deal with. And this is one of them. So as soon as you land, 3 crosses right here. That's going to be pretty close, but it's not going to hit me. Some dancer patterns can actually spawn directly inside your hitbox, and you are going to have to like wiggle to get out of the way, otherwise they will kill you. But in this case, we have this. Okay. I have just enough to take that table boost. Whoops. Yeah, I didn't do that too well. There's a second dancer after that table boost, and that one you're going to have to work out ways to deal with. There's 4 basic things that this first dancer can do. Okay, he can start at the lower right. Generally, if they start in the corner, you can trust that they're probably not going to be in your way at the end. Well, in this case, they just die from my crosses. Okay, that's the other corner. I trust that this guy's not going to be in the way. I don't think anyway. Oh, yeah. The crosses kill him anyway. Yeah, that's the other thing. If you're lucky, the crosses will kill him anyway. So let's see what other patterns we can get. Okay, that's from the lower right. I think this guy just dies. Yeah, that guy just dies outright from the crosses that I throw. Okay, lower right, he's gonna die. Good. Let's see what we get. Ah, this is new. This guy will probably survive these crosses because he's slightly within the corner. So I trust he'll take 1 hit from those, but he won't take any more damage from anything else. I think he'll be too high up for my next crosses to deal damage, and then he'll be in my way. He's headed right into my way. So I do have to take care of him in that instance. And usually you can through experience you can see based on where they start where they're gonna be in the end. And that right before I loaded, that was another example of that exact same pattern. He was gonna be in my way at the end. Okay, that's way in the corner right there. So I don't think he's gonna be. He might be in my way. I'm not actually sure. I'm gonna throw these crosses just for safety, see what happens. That guy's gonna kill me. Yeah, he's in my way. So, okay, if you see top left corner, you know he's gonna be in your way in the future, potentially, if you don't kill him first. And you want to avoid turnbacks as much as you can. That's just a pretty close pattern there. I can do that. You can always do one of those for safety. But you want to stop as little as possible while you're doing this. So yeah, you're gonna have to work out. If you don't want to stop for any of these guys, you are gonna have to work out a way. Also, this table boost will help you, honestly. Like for a pattern like this, where they're just like constantly nipping at my heels, the little boost there will help you out there. Get him a little further away from you, so you don't have to deal with him quite as much. Looks like right there I was able to get a whip stun. So okay, that leads me to the second dancer. All right, looks like I can randomize them here. All right, so oh boy, so I've seen many of these patterns. This one's gonna be in my way, usually. So if you see the second one in the corner, that one is usually safe. The upper left corner can be a little dicey sometimes. The lower right corner is the safest one you can get. That's garbage. That one's right inside my hitbox, so I had no choice but to actually turn left and avoid his damage. That's the lower right, so I know he's going to be out of my way. Okay, that's the lower left, so I know that he's usually going to be out of my way, but it can be dicey if he's like close up in. Okay. That was an example of him being a little close to me, but not so close to me that I can't whip stun him by whipping downward. Okay, this one's definitely going to be in my way, so I have to deal with him if that happens. There's the lower right. I know he's going to be out of my way. Okay, that's a little dicey. I'm going to do a little turn back. That way I make sure he dies on the way over. That's upper left. I trust that he'll be out of my way, but I'm going to do that anyway, just for safety. That's the garbage pattern. Where you have to wiggle left if you want to. That guy's not going to be in my way, so I can just go. That's okay. That's the starting in the middle and then sort of doing a curve downward toward the lower left corner. He is going to be in my way, guaranteed. So for that one, I always do a turn back cross. You saw where he was going. He was going right where I need to go on the stairs here. There it is again. Do it again. And those crosses should take care of him as long as you put him right there. This is that one, so I take care of that. That one I think will be out of my way with a whip stun. Oh shit, I slipped off. That one I think would be out of my way with a whip stun. If he's far enough into the top left corner, that's that garbage pattern. Fuck that pattern forever. Okay, the wiggle left usually should be good enough. There's that pattern. Okay, so for that pattern where they're not quite in the corner, but they're nipping at your heels and you can't quite deal with them with a down whip, I recommend a back whip followed by or either a back whip or a back cross followed by another whip coming up the blocks. Yes, this room will take a lot of practice. If everything in this stage will take a lot of practice, but it's one of those stages where everything just kind of clicks eventually, and you get the hang of it, and it locks in pretty solid, and you wind up. It's really more memorizing than it is a skill ceiling. All right, so let's start from the top of the screen. See what kind of patterns I get. Okay, let's get that whip cancel. I failed. I actually failed this, so I'm forced to sit here for a long time. And now I have 1 HP, so I'm just gonna, I can even handle this too. All I have to do is just kill everything on the way. So that's a pretty bad start. Okay, that's the corner guy. He's gonna die there. I'm gonna kill this table, throw 2 more here. See what kind of guy I get here. Okay, I got that one. I know I'm gonna have to throw a backward one because he's gonna wind up in the stairs. So even with all that failure at the beginning, I still had plenty of recourse to take. I just killed all the tables, and I'm fine. There we go. That time he died, thank God. And I have enough health to take all the table boosts this time. Okay, he's in the corner. I think he's safe. But if not, I'm just gonna throw one just for safety. There we go. Got them both. I probably would have been able to make it to the stairs without having to whip them. But I do that for safety because they could be just slightly off in a way that can screw me up. So I still do a lot of things for safety just to be able to handle the dancers. Slower to jump to the final platform and jump up on the stair going right. Are you talking about you're talking about this? Yeah, that was my first quote unquote time save that I thought I found. And then I was like, ooh, look at me, I'm so smart. You can just hold down here and jump. And that way you get on the stairs faster. Well, it turns out the stair transition is here. Whereas, oh, come on. The stair transition is here. And if you jump, you're all the way up there. So you wind up not saving any time. Just because of that. It winds up being just as fast to just grab these stairs and walk up. Tool assistance to get some strategies? Yeah, I have. You get an emulator and you frame advance. Just to that's actually one of them. That's actually one of them. I used frame advance to find out that that just walking up the stairs here is faster than jumping up the stairs. Not faster. It's actually the same speed, assuming you do the inputs correctly. But in that case, I would just go with the most consistent, which is just, the fewest amount of inputs. the least complicated is what I mean to say. All right, final screen. This is the boss screen. All right, I recommend getting this meat, not because it's necessary, but because in case the boss goes wrong, you can take a hit. Which, in the world record, it actually did. The boss got away, and I took damage on the boss. So it's a good thing I grabbed that meat. And it looks like that. It's the fastest fight in the whole game. So this won't take too long. I'm just glad I'm out of the previous screen. All right, so here's my setup. You can't just do anything. because, you know, it's like, oh, let's guess where to throw crosses. Ah, shit, that was terrible. So actually, we have a sort of like buffer queues with inputs that we use. What I do, I think, is the same thing as what 2Cat does. Grab or touch the block right here. Do a single whip buffer right there, but don't hold whip, or else you'll get the wrong amount of whip. Touch the left wall and then throw 3 crosses just by holding the cross button. So 3 fast crosses. Touch the block, whip, touch the left wall, and then hold R the rest of the way. I'll show that one more time in full speed. 1, 2, 3. All right, and then the boss should take just those 3 crosses. They'll pierce and keep on doing ticks of damage, 3 apiece. And once he's spawned, the whip should take care of the rest of the HP. There we go. That's what happened in the in my PV. I lost a little bit of damage right there, somewhere. And actually, right here, I recommend not doing whip cancels. I don't think whip cancels actually save time here. Because either way, in the end, number one, I mean, that first whip needs to be crouched. But even if you do like 2 whip cancels, usually what happens is the cross tick is the one that deals the finishing blow anyway. So the whip cancels wind up not even being worth it. You get it done just as fast from straight whips here. So make it simple. 3 straight whips, and that should take care of the boss. Yeah, Richter. Yo, Carlos, welcome to chat. Okay, that's it. That's the boss. Oh, I guess I should also show. Okay, the final hit. If you have 5, you can get rid of 5 hearts here. If you have 5 left over, you can get rid of that much. That's about the maximum you can get rid of before you have to grab the orb up here. Yeah, definitely use that ledge to grab the orb. That way you don't have to wait for it to fall down to grab it. And that's the fastest way to stage transition. And again, try your best to finish every stage with 0 hearts. That way you save a few frames per heart countdown. Wow. That's it. We just blitzed through 3 stages really fast. I've had my stream up for like 4 hours. All right, I have time to go through another stage 7 here. And the last few stages will probably be 2 parts. What's up, Top 5A? All right, beginning of stage 7. All right, I don't really have the greatest visual in the world here. I usually use my foot directly over this first crack right here. Just make sure this is an early jump, because if it's too late, you bash into this guy. And you want a solid boost with a cross throw over this guy. And so the whole point is actually to take care of this guy on the bottom. This guy on the bottom will get in your way all the time. Let's just assume I don't even throw any crosses. Okay, best case scenario, well, I got the axe right there. Best case scenario is he walks backward toward the wall. That way you can just ignore him and keep going. But if he gives you the bad pattern, like that, you'll be forced to have to walk into him like that. Yeah, I'm hoping 8 is going to be a hell of a stage. Let's hope I can get through this quickly. I might, if I have time for stage 8 as well, I might be able to get this done in just one more part. If I only have to deal with 9A and B. Although that sounds like that sounds like quite a task regardless. All right, so I like to use those 2 cross right there to kill that Spear Knight over the wall. I was just showing what happens if he stays alive, which will happen sometimes because it's not guaranteed that these crosses are going to go the full distance. So I'll just show what happens when I threw it too slow that time, that low one right there. So now he's only taken 3 damage. If that happens and he still gives you the bad pattern, I actually have a save state for it. You can head toward this spot, and the final hit, he's taken 3 damage from those 3 crosses because it was a little bit failed. But if he gives me the bad pattern, just do that. And that's bad because in order to do that, the reason that's not optimal is because in order to do that, you get that final hit on the cross, or on the, you get that final hit with the whip going downward, headed toward him, but you always do have to lose some animation on the ground before you're able to move. There's just a tiny little bit of forward obstruction from hitting him with that whip, because it does have to be at the lowest possible point in order to touch him. Otherwise, if you're too early, come on. Let's see. That was pretty good. Okay, yeah, so something like that. Yeah, so even though I still got locked on the ground a little bit, I still didn't hit him. That does need to be a pretty late whip in order for it to work. So if you can avoid doing that, by all means do that. And to do that, I like to kill him with these crosses right here. All right, so how the hell did I do that? Let's start with this whip stun right here. You're gonna need a whip stun because there's otherwise no time to jump over him. You want that first cross to be as early as you can. Actually, not even so much as early as you can. You want to time it so that the cross is as far right as possible, because the cross will travel faster than you, and if the cross is too early, then it might travel out of distance, right? So the key is getting that first cross to hit him twice. If your first cross can hit him twice, your other cross will hit him twice as well, and that'll be 4 damage. That's what you want. So try to get that cross as far right as you can. You can do so. You can see how high it is right now. That's because I'm trying to jump as fast as I can so that I can have the most rightward movement that I can. But at the same time, I don't want my cross to be so early. Whoops. So early that it gets out of my way. And, oops. Something more like that. Yeah. So that'll only do 3 damage. That won't kill him. Because the cross got out of my way a little too quickly. And the way to gain a little more ground on your cross throw so that it doesn't get out of range of you is to make that cross come out as late as you can while still being able to hit the hitbox. And so that's generally why the cross is so high. It's not necessarily that it's good that the cross is high, just that's one byproduct of doing it right. Oh, I got the stair boss there, so I jumped right through the stairs. Okay, and then the next cross after that is kind of a locked in place cross. It has to take place on the ground because otherwise the jumps won't line up with these stairs. So yeah, the difficulty is kind of compounded on the fact that at some point here, you gotta lock yourself in place on the ground a couple times to get these crosses out. But as long as those crosses are as late as possible in your jumps, or rather, as long as these crosses are as far to the right as possible when you start them, that'll guarantee that you get the correct damage. Having fun. Okay. Did everything there make sense? I don't know if everything there made sense, but it's so common for people to see me doing this and not know what the heck I'm doing or how the heck I'm doing this. Really, it's all about how far to the right I can be before I start the crosses. That's the general tip. Be as far right as possible before the first cross has started. If I could summarize it in the best way possible, I think it's that. Be as far right as possible when the first cross begins. Just hit the pause button and see where your cross is when you do that. Whoops, I went too far right that time. Bashed into the guy. So yeah, something like that. Ooh, too high. So that upper cross right there, that second cross was too high, so it's not doing damage. But the first cross is going to do 2 damage, so I know that I did it right. Had I thrown that second cross the correct height, that would have killed him. Oops, too far to the right again. I'm trying to cut it way too close so often. Because how close you cut it on the first jump as well. That's also going to affect how good that first cross is. Because if you're way early on this jump, even though you get the boost, it's still very unlikely that you'll be able to get all the damage in. That first jump needs to take place pretty far to the right. Like as far as to the right as you could safely go before you bash into the guy and get knocked back. Those are 2 perfect crosses right there. Like this is like the dream crosses. That height right there. Like look at how much distance I had in order to get all the damage there. Okay, and once again, I'll show from the beginning here. Like if I don't get optimal damage and he keeps walking, don't forget that. So that he doesn't bash into you on the stairs here, coming down. Because that won't be a time save if you do that. Although there is ways to handle it if you wind up taking extra damage. And I will show what to do if you start taking extra damage here. Okay, on to the next part. Okay, so you've gotten rid of the guy and you're up top here and you're just walking to the stairs. Here's another instance, kind of like in stage 4. I don't know if you remember. I'll go back there real quick so you can see what I'm talking about. Remember right here where instead of just going on the stairs, get as many ground frames as you can before you clip into the staircase, because the down input can take place during ground frames here. So this is slower than this, if you can see the difference. So maximize the ground frames here. Let's go back. And do so right here as well. So right there. Instead of going this far to get down the stairs, just go this far. Whoops, that far. There we go. Try to clip into the stairs. You can do like a little crouch walk into it. And just test out what the earliest frame you can do this from is. The faster, the better. JP and NTSC versions of the game? No, I don't think so. Not that I know of. Everything I've ever been told. I never tested much myself, but everything I've ever been told, the Japan version is the exact same speed as the NTSC version. The only difference is the NTSC version has a lot more censorship, so the JP version is just cooler, I guess. I don't know. All right, so here's an instance where you're jumping off of a staircase. Actually, I think this might be the first time, not the first time in the run where you do that. But there is a problem here. So if your head is anywhere near, like anywhere, get out of here. If your head is in this block at all, you're not going to be allowed to jump off the staircase here. So you have to be right about there before it lets you jump off the staircase. So the whole sequence is going to look like this. You just walk that far and fall off right there. It seems like you could fall off right around. It seems like you could fall off right around here, but you can't. You have to get your head fully out of the ceiling block before it'll let you go down. So that sucks. But we deal with that regardless. Yo, Bray Cats. Thank you. All right, so stair drop. So once I get to, once I'm past the staircase right here, there's a little part of the staircase you could actually clip your head into that's a little higher than the rest of this block. But personally, I don't like to poke my head into that because I have seen this part of the block obstruct my rightward movement. So I prefer not to throw my cross there. I like to just bonk deliberately on this block right after the staircase. Oops. Twice, actually. So 2 bonks, 2 crosses to get to this Axe Knight right here. Dude, this song, dude, it's playing like the same awesome song so many times in a row. I freaking love this. I freaking love this ending theme right here. All right, anyways, so 2 crosses right here. Let's start from here. All right, so 3 jumps right here. Get on this block, and once I am about, yeah, I'd say about center with this block, I make a jump whip right here. That'll take care of, that usually takes care of the axe. Sometimes it doesn't. Maybe a little further. Yeah. Get not center with the block. Let's get to the right side of the block. Not like on the very edge, but pretty close. Sometimes because of frame rules, that high axe will stay alive. And it's because of that, like that axe is gonna haunt us forever now. And it's gonna stay alive. I don't know a way to handle it when that happens. All I know is like trying different spots to huck the whip. It's happening every time right now. Usually, like maybe 2 out of 3 times. Usually that axe dies from that whip. Okay, that's the low axe. That axe will never be a problem because it's below us. It can't hurt us. But the high axe still can hurt us when it comes back. Dude, how do I keep doing that so consistently? I swear that axe dies. I swear that axe dies like 2 out of 3 times. I'm trying to find like different spots on the platform. Anyways, yeah, so that'll happen very frequently. Just, I would say just be ready to deal with it by just kind of wiggling over it. If you really want, you can even let it boost you, because usually it lines up in a way that it'll boost you to the right. But personally, I don't like to leave this screen with less health than I should. More time on the in-game clock. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, if the NTSC and the JP version has different in-game timing control, then yeah, that could affect the countdown at the end of the stage. In that case, I'm glad I run this game on JP version. There could be other little things like that for all I know. I never knew about that. But yeah, he could be right about that. I could test that someday. The whip sounds better. I actually forget what the US version even sounds like. I didn't even know it was different. I don't know why. I just keep on getting that axe to stay alive. If that happens, just when it gets close to you, just wiggle. Just little left right wiggle to get over it. The only other option I know of is to let it boost you, and I don't really like taking a boost off that axe. It's a very low, weak boost, and I feel like it could that HP could be better served. In a different spot. Okay, hold on a second. Sorry about that. Oh, Savage Quest Gaming. Thanks so much for the host. I'm just checking out. I've got all these follows, and I'm just making sure I haven't missed anything important. Did I get Beef Supreme's sub? Beef Supreme, thank you for the 8 months. Taz, thanks so much for the 18 months. McRed, thank you for the 18 months. D&D Nat, thank you for the 100 bits. I think I got that one. Orbitoid, thank you for the raid. I think I got that. Speedball Slim, thank you for the sub. I think I got that. Eternia Nebula, I did get that. Gambit, thank you for the subscription. Yeah, I think I got everything here. Okay, just making sure. Yo, 3M Jot, thank you for the follow. Draw More, thank you for the follow. Oh, whoa, I got a raid from Ryu Quetzalcoatl? This just popped up. This just pops up. Okay, Ryu. Welcome, Ryu. Welcome, Ryu's viewers. Gee, all those frames. Yeah, I'm doing a Castlevania 4 tutorial right now. Thank you so much for the raid, man. I'm a little all over the place right now. I'm in the middle of stage 7 right now. I'm gonna finish the rest of this. Well, I probably won't finish the entire tutorial today, but I'll at least finish this stage. All right, so moving on. Let's get on to the next thing. Right, so that's my kill for that Axe Knight. As soon as he dies, I throw another high cross right there, followed by that does two things. That guy is trying to poke me in the butt with his spear. I get the jump over that at the same time that I get this high cross right here. That high cross will also take care of the next Axe Knight that shows up in about 3 seconds. I also got a low cross right here. That'll also take care of some of the damage on the Axe Knight, and it will pick up these hearts from this candle here. Well, that one heart and that money bag, which you don't need. But the whole sequence looks kind of like this. So that jump with that high cross gets over that spear, and then one forward whip, and then one diagonal whip. And then I keep going. Don't worry about that lower axe because it'll disappear before you get to the stairs. So, there we go. We got the asshole axe again that I can't seem to get rid of. And then I was able to just do a kind of a wiggle because I don't really like taking a boost from that. You could take a damage boost from that, but it's, I don't know. I feel like that HP is better served elsewhere. Yeah, I hope so. I hope people find a lot of value in this tutorial, and so far it's been received very very positively. And nobody else has done anything like this for this game too, so I'm very glad somebody is doing this. Okay, let's move on from here. All right, so you keep going after this guy is dead. So I recommend jumping way off of the very edge of this ledge right here. If you are too late and you fall off, oops, you can still catch yourself on these stairs right here. But I do recommend a very, very, very late jump right here. And at the same time, you can use your limp whip, this thing right here, to kill an axe that this guy is about to throw at you. If it's a low axe, you can main it by starting it with a down right whip. And then if it's a high axe, you can just switch it up by limp whipping upward. Ooh, I actually got hit right there. So I actually messed that up. I lost 2 HP, but I didn't die, so that's fine. So there you go. If he happens to throw, just assume that he's gonna throw the low axe, and if he happens to throw the high axe, just kind of flick your whip upward. And that should take care of that axe. There we go. So that time the mained low whip assumption wound up working that time, and so the straight whip managed to get him. And either way, you still want to do that limp whip, because a straight whip will still like lock you on the stairs a little bit, because whip frame animations will lock you on the ground, obstructing your forward movement. So to reduce that, just limp it out. That way you can cancel it quickly and get moving. And then immediately after that, there's a jump going over this guy. It looks scary, but it's not that bad because he's moving forward with you or against you. So it makes the jump a whole lot easier. And if you do take a, messed it up. And if you do wind up taking a hit on that, you can still save yourself out of it like that. You're pretty damn close to the ledge though, so try your very best not to take that hit. All right, moving on. I like to throw that cross, just no real reason. Just it's very easy to be low on hearts here, and I like to have hearts wherever I can. There are clunks here. Once I made the jump to here, I started clunks. So jump out of your clunk as best you can. It's 1 frame save per jump. There's going to be another clunk right here, and with these clunks, 1, 2, 3. I like to make those low crosses. That way it hits this big heart right here, and I like grabbing this big heart personally because it's very often that I wind up so low on hearts that I run out, and I don't want to do that. In this case, I had plenty. I had more than plenty, so I didn't have to worry. Otherwise, these can be high. These can be high crosses as well, but if they're high crosses, they don't hit the big heart candle, and it's not a horrible thing. And the reason I want to kill this little spirit guy right here that spawns is so that I can keep on jumping out of my clunks. Otherwise, if you just take the clunks, you could just walk. It's not like he's really a threat. He's only a threat if you're really trying to maximize optimizing jumping out of your clunk frames. Again, 1 frame save per jump if you do that. And you can bring them all the way to here, too, if you line them up. You might require some 1 frame jumps down at the bottom here, but they do line up eventually. Can't beat it without save states. Well, hopefully by the end of this tutorial, we'll be not only beating it without save states, but speedrunning it as well. All right, take that axe hit right there. There's really no fast way to do that hitless that I know of. You're pretty much forced to have to kill him and you don't want to sit there killing him. You want to keep going forward. Okay, high or low axe doesn't matter. Again, we have another stair clip right here. Be sure to get as many floor frames as possible because the floor frames are faster than the stair frames. There it is. So yeah, not here, but all the way over here and then press down. And this is another example of where you're going kind of opposite of a staircase. So for safety, if you don't want to accidentally be like, oh shit, I'm just sitting here crouching, you can also throw in a left. And even if you do manage to get on the stairs, that left will just be a moonwalk down, which is no slower than a regular walk. Okay, so right here, you can't maximize stair frame. You can't maximize floor / jump frames by jumping here because it won't let you jump here. The block is too low. So this is another instance where the game just does not let you jump. So for this last staircase, just walk down. Okay. This is a vertical scrolling screen. I'll just show you what it looks like in full speed. Yeah, you're gonna do that. You're gonna do that. You're gonna learn to do that by the end of your learning if you really want to learn this. Don't forget that if you took a bunch of hits doing all that other garbage in the previous screen, there's a meat candle right here. Just don't forget that that exists. Let's assume I'm like 5 health missing. This thing will give you 5 health. Whoops. This thing will give you 5 health. It's not that much, but it's enough to handle maybe like 2 extra hits that you accidentally took. So it's something like that. Jump out of it. Whoops. Ah, man. I'm trying to get it optimally. That's what I want to do. Grab it. Wiggle. Okay. I could have avoided this platform here, but yeah, you see what I mean. All right, so it starts from the top. Actually, by getting off these stairs, I don't go to the bottom and go to the right. It's actually a little faster since there's a little bit of leftward movement and progress is to the right. It's a little faster to start the screen holding up or holding right, one of the two. Start the screen going up the stairs and fall off the stairs from here. It's a little bit faster than going that way and going that way. So it's also a little tougher of an input because it's a really quick like flick of the left thumb going from the up to the down to the jump. It's a little hard to get used to, but it's something you can do. All right. And then after that, you're going to walk a little bit far on this staircase. Actually, I recommend holding up to make this jump because there's a strange property about the tops of staircases in this game where if you're holding right here, yeah, it'll grab the stairs. But it could also eat your jump if you try to jump out of this. Well, it turns out if you're holding up as you're walking along here, you can actually walk a little further. And you can make a jump a little later. And you're going to need that because right here, if you try to jump too early, I said if you try to jump too early, that guy hits you. Yeah, and you want to avoid that by going as far to the right as you can right here before jumping. And if you're holding up as you're headed to this jump, for some reason, you're allowed to walk a little further before you make that jump. Nice, I went back up the staircase. Yeah, that's another danger, by the way, of this strat is if you're doing the hold up strat and you happen to jump too early, oops, you accidentally walk back up the staircase. But if you're far enough right, that won't happen from there. Okay, so First thing in this screen, once you've made it past this guy, is a little wiggle that takes place. I actually have a visual for all this. It looks like it's scrolling way too fast to be able to visually see it, but I promise you can do this. So once Simon touches right there, once Simon has roughly cleared the second whatever V shape of that stair, that's the time that you can turn left and land right here. From here, you're gonna make a jump. So you've already made it that far down, and you only have to, oops. You've already made it that far down, but you've only had to worry about one input all the way to here. So I promise this is easier than it looks. From here, it's a 1-frame jump. Down to here if you want to get the meat candle, but otherwise you would just avoid that. So down to here. And from here, you're just falling to the left, and there's one little wiggle to avoid this staircase with this ground right here. That's really the hardest part of the screen, is that little wiggle right there, in order to clear everything and make it all the way down to the bottom in one fell swoop. So from here, it's one input, a jump right there, and then a wiggle right here, and which I failed. So it's literally just 3 things. Turn left, jump, wiggle. So I promise that's easier than it looks. Practice it. You'll get good at it, I promise. And one more time. So to optimize this last part here, this might be the hardest part actually, not so much the wiggle. But try to rub this platform as best you can. As you're coming down. Try not to land on the platform as you're doing so, but that's one way to optimize this, is make sure you are facing right when you've landed on the ground here. And you have another of these stair clips right here. So don't just be holding down and right the instant you land, because you're going to lose time over a guy who is doing this. So be sure to optimize those frames wherever you can. I promise. I promise that I promise. Okay, I'm promising my promise. I mean, promises can be broken, of course, but if I promise that I promised, then I guess that could still be broken. But just add another promise onto that, and then it'll be less likely that that is broken. Am I recording locally? I'm not. Should I be? I haven't dropped my internet just yet. I don't think it matters too much because I'm not on such a time constraint that, like, if my recording drops and all I have to do is just be like, oh, well, I guess we're pausing the tutorial. I'll resume right here and just make it another highlight where the break happened. I'm not taking my penis out. That's the sound effect. It's if I get the sound effects back, I'll let other people take my penis out for me. Okay, we're on the next screen here. I recommend, so right here you have another instance where you're low enough to the ground that even though you're on the staircase, it'll still let you jump out of this staircase. And yeah, I recommend doing that because high or low jump here doesn't matter. 1 frame is not going to help you because either way you have to wait right here. And if you get a low axe, then that's just the perfect buffer, and you just go. Got a low axe again. Okay, we can just take a damage boost onto the book if we get the low axe. If we get the high axe, though, which they're not going to show me. When I make this jump, like, I don't recommend holding right for this jump. Oh, look at that. We finally got the high axe. I'm going to get the high axe every time. Now, as soon as I want to show something on the low axe, we're never going to get the low axe again, are we? Hey, asshole, can you please? Thank you. I like to do a little turn back right here. Just like, it's a jump right, but it's like a hook left into the axe. I prefer to do that over straight jumping right, even though you technically can do that. I don't like to do that because sometimes, because of frame rules, I have cleared the axe on that jump. and just not gotten the boost and just fell in the pit. So I don't recommend doing a straight right jump there. I do recommend the hook left going into the axe just for safety. So if you get the high axe, stand right here, flush with that crack. Just get Simon centered with the crack in these two tiles right here. Kill that low axe as it's going underneath you. Wait for this high axe, and the moment it comes back, that's the time to start moving and jumping for these books. That'll get these books lined up the proper way to be able to just keep on going, holding right. All right, there's the low axe. And okay, so once you're on the books, I guess I should show the different patterns here as well. Okay, go now. Right there. I like to use the kind of the middle purple stripe in the spine of this book. I kind of like to use that as the cue to start jumping, and immediately going. Oh, that's the boost strat. So actually, when I get the low axe, I like to do 1 frames on these books. It lines up kind of in a... There we go. I actually have save states for both the patterns. I shouldn't whine about them not giving me the right pattern. So here's the low axe. It puts me on that book. So these books act as conveyors. So the most conveyor effect you can get out of your walk, the better. So I like to spend as little time in the air as I can while on these books. That's why I like to 1 frame. That way I get as much walk as possible. Also, I keep forgetting to throw that cross. That cross is for that skeleton. That way that whip kills him. If you forget to throw that cross, you're gonna die. He's gonna knock you in the pit and kill you. So all right, let's do the high axe one. All right, so I recommend killing this axe. As soon as it comes back, start jumping. Use the purple stripe in the spine of the book as your visual to start these jumps. That book is going left, so the conveyor effect is opposite. So you don't want those frames. You want to jump off that book as fast as possible, so you have as few left opposite against the grain conveyor effect as possible. And this book, you want to you just want to walk along it as much as possible because it's going right. And that's a little faster than the ground frames. Ultimately, you're going to have to wait for the next book. So as long as you have spawned that book over to the right, you're good, because you're just going to have to wait for it anyway. Okay? And then when you get to that... Let's see here. Right here, I guess? Yeah. When you get to that, throw across again to be able to... don't throw it high, because there's an axe candle right here, and you don't want the axe. Throw it just low enough that you can hit that candle if you want. The heart there doesn't matter that much. If anything, I have too many hearts here right now, but it's okay. There's plenty of chances to ditch your hearts, so you have a 0 at the end. So we do that, we get to the edge right here, the edgemost pixel. The nice thing about this conveyor effect right here is you can actually like sort of tap the button going right. I actually have a save state for the book adjust here. You can actually like tap right and the book will catch you until it starts going left, of course. As long as there are 1 frame taps, you're pretty safe. And it will catch you and put you on the last possible frame of this book. And align you for that jump right there. That's the time save of this book adjust right here. And there should be that skeleton should be down long enough to let you past him. So my visual is actually in the background. There's a bookcase. And as soon as I guess as soon as Simon's foot has touched the left side of that bookcase, that's the perfect time for a jump there. That's my personal visual. It's not that tight of a jump. It looks incredibly tight, but I promise it's not that tight of a jump. The only way this can go bad is if you press right before jump for too long and then you slip off like that. That's the worst way this could go. But even if you go the other way and you press jump before right, you can save it. Even though it's a slower jump technically, there's still a frame window to be able to, yeah, right there. There's still a frame window to be able to catch that jump if that happens. But ultimately what you want is the full right jump. So you don't lose any frames in the air. So right there. And then you just keep walking. Just keep walking, jump here. You'll need a little bit of a clunk here. Because if you jump out of this too fast, you could die here. Like, right there. I think that'll die. Yeah. Yeah, that killed me. So you're going to want this book to carry you a little bit before jumping. Just like a couple frames. When Simon's head hits the small hole in the rock. Let's see it. Head hits the small hole in the rock. That little dent right there, that's a great visual. Look at that. Wait, let me try that. Let me try that. Boom. Hey, I like it. Yo, Richter coming up with your own strats. I love it, man. Yeah. Yeah, that works just fine. Find your favorite visual. Find what works for you. I found what worked for me. The visual is not going to change your speed, so if you have a better visual, go for it. And then just you're on clunk. You're still in clunk status at the end of that screen, so just jump your way to victory. Not there, right here. Just clunk jump your way to victory until you're outside of the screen. No more clunk jumps. Next screen. So actually, in this screen, there's actually two things I recommend. It's not going to matter until the very end of the screen. So I'm going to wait until I get there to mention the differences. Let me know if the music can be like lower or higher. I don't even know. I can't even tell, but. All right, so let's assume I've taken the high axe boost. So that boost brings me down 2 HP. So an Axe Knight's axe, 2 HP. So this is assuming I got the high axe, which means that I did not take the boost. Whereas you can see my HP right there. That's 11 HP right there. Whereas this one is 9 HP. It's a little lower. There will be 2 different strats in this screen based on whether I got that or not. All right, starting with this. First of all, if you're low on hearts, these 2 hearts can bring up your heart count a little bit. Second of all, I recommend just falling down here because jumping down will clunk, and clunks are worse than not clunks. Yeah, my timing for that whip is okay. So it's just like first of all, these paintings can grab you and lock you in place, and it's kind of like a way. It's like a troll way to make sure you get hit by those bats. You can't even jump out of it, so it's like they grab you and oh shit, and then the bats get you. It's a intended trap of the game designers. Well, if you jump out of it, if you just jump over it, it can't get you. So in this case, I recommend jumping over both the painting's hand, which you can also kill, and the first bit of bat volley, and then whip the last 2 behind the rest of them. So that kind of takes place. It's like a medium speed whip. It's kind of like slightly after the jump input. It's not same frame presses. It's not like together, anything like that, or else that'll happen. It's more like delay go. And it's not like super late in the jump either. I just think it's medium. It's like medium jump height or so is when you start that whip. Once again, you got a staircase here where the more jump frames, the better. So don't just do that. And don't just start from here, because that'll be 5 frames slower than starting from here. And whoops, that was actually bad. Right there. Try to maximize the jump frames and minimize the stair frames so that you get up as high up on that staircase as possible. All right, let's see here. And then we've got a dog here. So this dog reacts to candles and jumps based on those candles. So if you were to just like go and you're just like, oh, I'm going to jump the dog. No. So that dog deals 4 HP damage, and that's bad. You don't want to take 4 HP for nothing. You need that for boosts. So actually, he only follows candles, and that's why he didn't jump that time, is because I whipped that candle. He's only reacting to candles that are active, and then he knocks them clean out of the sky like that. So do this whip, and on the bottom, you don't even kill that dog, but you do throw across through him because you want to deal with this guy on the way in. For like a year. No, because I spent the last month de-rusting this game. That's how I remember all this. Okay, so you just pretend that dog doesn't exist and just throw that jump whip into your muscle memory. And then the rest is just regular jumps because you're jumping out of your cross animations. And yeah, just pretend this dog doesn't exist. Pretend the only thing up here is that Axe Knight, and then route it accordingly. In my case, I do three crosses, and then a diagonal whip, and then a down whip. The Axe Knight dies in 4 hits, not 5, but I like to throw 5 in there because I often get frame ruled here. I don't know why I often get frame ruled here, but ooh, look at that. I didn't jump out and got hit by the dog. Yeah, for some reason, yeah, right there. One of the damages got eaten right there. And I think it's the axe, actually, that frame ruled the body. So one of those crosses got eaten by the axe. I think that's why. But in that case, he took 5 hits to kill. And that's why I add that 5th hit into my route. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoops, 5. I didn't jump whip, but that's okay. Once again, you got a staircase here. Don't forget to clip into the staircase as early as possible so that you have the least amount of stair frames. And then this block right here, it's going to obstruct you. You can't jump down here. But you can jump down right here. Just make sure your head is nowhere in this block, and then it'll let you jump down. So you have to get right, yeah, so it starts right about here, clip in, right there. You guys enjoying the music? All right, so you just walk past these spikes. Immediately past these spikes is a trap with 2 bats. They're hidden, but if you know they're there, you know to jump whip there. I recommend 2 crosses there. I think only 1 is necessary, but I like to throw 2 there just because it doesn't lag and it gets rid of more bats. Like that. I like that, personally. So yeah, so down whip there, 2 crosses immediately. Here's another one of those stupid portraits that will grab you. And it's, of course, placed right in front of a set of bats, so it's guaranteed to hit you, at least on your first playthrough. But if you know it's coming, you can jump there. You can get above the bat swarm, and the rest of the crosses will take care of the rest of the bats. Now, here's the final part of the screen. Okay, we're here. So here's the final part of the screen where it's different depending on what your HP value is. So this is okay, in this save state, I have 11 HP. That means I got the high axe in the previous room. And I didn't take, hang on, coffee. Big gulp. All right, so 11 HP, that means I got the high axe. I didn't take a boost for the low axe. And now I have this much HP for this guy. So for this, I recommend whipping up at him. That's 1 little stun lock, but it also makes him do this. And that makes it so that I can just walk past him without having to deal with him. So once again, it looks like this. So you just took care of the bat swarm. Let's actually go back. Do it from here. Whip up. Take the boost on the stairs. Because if you're on the stairs when you take a hit, you can just walk right through that. No stun frames happen to you. Okay, doesn't matter if it's a high axe or a low axe, it'll hit you just fine. Now, let's assume I took the serious? This is the only save state I have with the 9 HP. This is assuming I took the low axe. In fact, you know what? Let's go back to the low axe. Take that damage boost. So this is why. This is why you take the extra damage sometimes in case you get that pattern and it's a little faster. Adjust yourself on the book. Use your visual. Same frame press. Slight delay on that clunk jump. Clunk jumps out. Fall. Medium whip in the height. Don't forget about this dog. Whip that candle. Pretend the dog doesn't exist. I just contradicted myself, but whatever. Clip into that staircase. Past the spikes. 2 bats are coming. 2 more crosses. Whip down there. Look what I did. I forgot. I forgot to do I forgot to do the low axe strat. So there's another strat for that. I'm going to go right here. Just pretend that didn't happen and we're here. I completely forgot. I do that in runs too. I forget what happened in the previous screen. It's such an easy thing to forget. So the strat is don't touch him. Just jump up the stairs. He's gonna go back there. You jump over him and then 1 neutral 1 frame jump to get to the stair transition the fastest. So just up, jump over, 1 frame, neutral jump. So full jump to get over him, 1 frame to get up to the stair transition. And that's what this save state is. This is a terrible save state, but this is the closest to what I have. You do have to get pretty damn close. It seems like you can jump from right there, but you can't. Get up pretty damn close. And then where you land should be lined up perfectly for just a neutral jump upward. And it's a 1 frame. And it should put you directly on the transition frame as well. The reason I recommend a 1 frame instead of a high jump is because a high jump will make you descend onto the transition frame instead. Whereas the other will ledge cancel you onto it very quickly. Yeah. For the tournament, Maximum Rampage. All right. So, next screen. So at this point, our HP is back on track. We've decided based on this Axe Knight, what we're gonna do based on what happened in the previous screen. And now, assuming we did the stage right, the HP we have here will be consistent no matter what happens in the rest of the stage. Other than doing it wrong. All right, this is a very short stage. First of all, I'll tell you what happens if you really don't like your health right here. Whoopsie, don't do that. You can kill this guy with a few diagonal whips. You can actually get just like a slight step up right here. And this should be close enough to hit him with up whips because you can't quite do it from the. Well, you can actually. I thought you couldn't. Well, anyways, you can kill him with some up whips right here, because I don't know of a way to get to the right here without killing him. But I do recommend that. I do it with whip cancels personally. We'll get to diagonal whip cancels one day. Today is not that day, but just dispatch this guy however you know how to do it. Get into this wall. That will give you a lot of health. So no matter what your HP value is right here, if you have 1 HP left, that will put you back on track. No problem. All right, otherwise, if you don't need the health, you can just ignore that guy. And actually, I have a system worked out for this right here. As soon as you reach the top of this staircase, 1 frame up to this, full jump up to this. So 1 frame, full jump. That'll be the fastest way I know of to get up the... Despawn the worm. Despawn the worm with a fast wiggle. I'd be worried about double spawning the worm. That would be interesting if I could do that. 1 frame full jump to get up these stairs. Actually, as soon as I get up to the staircase, it's not immediate. I actually get about center with this crack right here. I walk a little forward and jump, do a low cross, followed by a forward whip. Try not to lose any animations on the any animation frames on the ground as you're doing so. Boom, boom. Grab that cross on the way back because the cross lags like crazy. It's not so much the cross as it is this guy. This guy is the laggiest thing in the history of ever. So make sure that cross is off screen so you reduce sprites so it doesn't lag as much. That's low enough that it should grab while standing. And then just walk past them and do that. So you mentioned a wiggle. Hang on, I gotta test this out. I'm curious about this. This isn't like a testing stream, but oh, I'm already there. Oh, like that. It actually killed him. That actually straight up killed him. Did you see that? Where is it at? Not there. Not there. Not there. Oh yeah, that killed him. Right there. That just killed him. And theoretically, yeah, theoretically there might be a way to save lag frames there. I don't know if it's so much lag frames that will wind up being worth it, but it's worth looking into. I'm sure somebody's looked into it by now. If that's like a known way to get rid of them. Dude! Oh! That reminds me of the time that DSF suggested he suggested I do a run that just gets here and just kills this guy and then stop my timer. And then it's over. It would have been faster to just do this. I always thought that you had to kill him with the cross. I never knew that you could just off-screen him like that and kill him. But it would have been faster to do that for that challenge. Oh well. Well, now you know. Now, if you ever want to beat that time that I got, I think it's called Undead Parasite % or some shit like that. Now you know, that's the time save. You don't have to go down there and kill him. You can just do this and kill him like that. But yeah, I don't think there's a way we can do that in any % in a way that saves time. All right, so you saw the spot to... Oops. Oh shit, where am I? Let's go here. Okay. So yeah, you do want this, so it's that dog right there. You want that dog to be dead. That's why you're doing the forward whip. It's to kill that guy while he's still in the portrait, and he tries to stay alive. He will fuck your day up if you leave him alive, like, oh, you forgot the whip. It's like, ah, shit, forgot the whip. Well, sometimes that. Okay, not only that, he can fuck your day up, but he also lags like twice as hard, along with the undead parasite. So the whole idea is to get as few, sprites on the screen as possible while that stupid worm is on the screen. Right there, that's a better spot. No, it wasn't. Never mind. Anyways, find the earliest spot to jump from so you can trigger that flipping platform. Oh, I can't get back up. Right here. My visual is roughly halfway into this, or halfway out, I guess, of this this flipping platform here. Is about the perfect spot I can think of. I think that's like the earliest you can jump and get the flipping platform, because the faster you make it flip, the faster you can get down there to the stairs. And now we're in this screen. What's up, Tatsuo? Thank you for the GL. Yeah, maybe if that exists, if it exists to find just a really quick left-right there, it might be worth looking at and analyzing. Okay, this screen. So one frame jump out of this is faster than a full jump out of this. Otherwise, you're waiting longer to fall. So one frame it. Whoops. Yeah, so this is another one of those situations where if you land on the top of the stairs, it will catch you, and you don't want it to catch you. So like that. If you try to round this block a little too tightly, yeah, sometimes those stairs, the tops of those stairs can catch you. So you do have to round it pretty far, but that's okay because you can still catch yourself on that block. And once you land down here, there's a portrait that's gonna grab you. Just be sure to use your clunk jumps to jump out of the clunk to get about that far. One is a down whip, the other is oh, hello, rug monster. One is a down whip, the other is just a jump, just because you could save a frame there just by jumping. And then you're out of jumps. You can't do any more jumps after that, because if you try, then you die. So don't do that. All right, let's move here. This is just walking until you reach there. Then you have to crouch. So the speed tech here is to press crouch as late as possible, because crouching is way slower than walking. So you need to find the latest possible time. And my visual to start pressing crouch is when Simon has ascended twice. So you can see like 2 pixels of ascension. 1, 2. Then start crouching. So 1, 2. Oop, 2. There we go. 1. He sort of wiggles around, but you can see the difference in ascension. Those are what I'm talking about. There's 1. There's 2. So it's time to crouch. And then just find the earliest possible time to uncrouch. And that'll be the fastest way I know of to do that. Okay, balls. The easy way is to just boost off the first one, jump over the third one. It's real simple. It is technically possible to avoid damage without letting go of right. You have to 1 frame every single jump, and it's like within a 2 frame window, so it's incredibly hard to do. I don't recommend it. I recommend just the boost off of this first ball. Go to the right and jump over the third one, because you don't have enough iframes to walk through the third one. If you try, then yeah. Even if you get a boost right, it's still not good, because you have to jump from a certain spot to make this stair jump optimal anyway. So I would just avoid that third ball. Okay. And then the jump to these stairs is not immediate. It's right about there. I usually see a little stripe right at the top of these staircases, just like a step to the right of the top of the staircase. Is like a little stripe that I get aligned with, and then jump. Balls! All right, now we're on the final screen of stage 7. Hello, entrance to stage 7. Okay, so right off the bat, we have patterns. High axe or low axe. The strategy is the same, but the timing is slightly different. So, for high axe, I like to get right about in the center of the statue, maybe slightly center right of this statue. That's my best visual cue that I know of. Let's get the high axe. No, that's not the high axe. High axe, please. High axe, please. High axe, please. There we go. Right there. And that's, I think, a 2-frame window. I'm told it's a 2-frame window. My PvE actually fails this and gets it wrong. So that's a spot where you could save time. If you get the low axe, I actually have a save state for both of these. There we go, low axe. It's slightly earlier, just because you have further to travel downward in order to get yourself in the axe to make a boost. So slightly earlier. So not quite center of the statue, but just within the left side of the statue here. So right there to get the right boost. And then after that, yeah, so after you've taken the boost, the high axe is the faster one just because it's the higher up boost. But either way, the strategy is the same. You can walk through that clubber. This clubber is otherwise a pain in the ass to deal with. But luckily we can take a boost right through him and just walk into that Axe Knight's hitbox in a way that gets you boosted right. That way you can ignore all these bats as well and do that. And then you can go straight to the boss from there. All right, now before we get to the boss, I'm gonna show what happens when, oops. Just wait for that axe, do that, and then, okay. That was a little fast. Let me slow it down a little bit. All right, so oops, you jumped too early. Now you took a knockback. I would wait for this axe, let it knock you back a direction. I would jump over this portrait again. This portrait is gonna grab you if you go too late. So, oh, I got too close. Okay, just stand in this candle. That should be good enough. And then my visual for jumping is actually right at the border of this portrait. Take the jump there, get a slightly late whip. It's about the same as that other whip on the same swarm of bats in the other room. And then you just whip once, and then I immediately do a crouch going right, just because I know that last bat is going to swoop above my head. So one more time, like this, and then like that. That's my strat for that. Although you do want to get the meat. I forgot to get the meat. Yeah, it's bad to not get the meat for Sir Greckle. Ooh, I mistimed. Yeah. Well, anyways, that's roughly what the backup looks like. Without the mistake, of course. Yo, Chef Austin! Thanks so much for the 2 months. Alright, let's head to the boss. This is a 1 heart candle if you need it. I don't need it in this case. I actually have way too many, so I'm gonna dump a few right here. Use this waiting time to dump a few. Oh, I have an audio cue here. So, audio cue. All right, hello, Sir Greckle. Can you hear that? Yeah, you can hear that. Okay, so we enter the screen. I got a shitload of hearts. So let's ditch a few. I have enough to ditch like 6. So I hear a rumble. And I think like 4 rumbles. I'm gonna say 5 to be safe. 5 rumbles is when you start throwing your first cross. Hang on, right here. 2, 3, 4, 5. So something like that. I didn't mean to jump there. 2, 3, 4, 5. I want to say it's somewhere in between 4 and 5 rumbles. Oops, unpause. Whoops, no. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, sometimes he can hold his shield up, and that's kind of annoying. That obstructs some damage. So right here, this is just a DPS race, basically, this boss right here. This boss is the patchwork. Oh, he killed me. This boss is the patchwork of CB4. So the reason I didn't get enough damage right there is because when the crosses come back and Simon catches these crosses, that's the time to throw more crosses. Mostly because when you throw crosses, you also have a chance to do that. You also have a chance to get cross plus whips. Come on, do it. Those. The more of those you can get on the fight, the better. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I didn't get it. Failed it. Grab the cross. Do this. Jesus Christ. So yeah, if he hits you twice, you're pretty much dead, but you should be able to DPS him fast enough that even though I failed one of those times, you should be able to DPS him fast enough every time before he hits you a second time. So 2, 3, 4. That break is really important to preventing the next set of damage because that break gives him just enough stun lock to be able to DPS him the rest of the way down. If you let him stay alive much longer than that, he has chances of holding his shield up, which prevents him from damage, although the crosses on the backside of him will still do damage, I think. And I think he heals, too. I've been told that he heals, but I'm not 100% sure. Yo, DSF, welcome. Thank you for the 38 months. Yeah, fuck you, too. You DP him, and you add an S in there. If you add an S in the middle of your DP, then you will reach the promised land. I don't know. God damn it. You've turned me into a 5-year-old. All right, so also in this boss is probably the most prominent example of where whip cancels are useful. So once you've thrown your 3 crosses like that and done your your cross plus whips if you decide to do that. That'll help you with damage if you do. Once the 3 crosses are out, then you can start just using your whip and nothing else. So you saw me just spamming the shit out of my... That was a great kill right there. You saw me just spamming the whip like this. So one more refresher. I did show this last stream several times in the last tutorial video, but I'll show it one more time. So it's hold Y, tap down. That's what I'm doing. Or you can tap up. That works too. As long as you're enabling the whip or enabling the limp whip for a given amount of frames, you can use it to cancel out a little bit of animation, because otherwise you have to wait that long to whip again to refire. But if you tap down, you can cancel it out, get that straight whip. As long as the whip is in this... Oh, I can't pause because the orb is out. As long as your whip is straight, you're dealing full damage. So if you can cancel out the rest of it, you can just refire faster and get something like this. But don't go too fast, or else sometimes you'll cancel it before you even get the straight whip out, and you'll do that instead, and that won't do damage. So just make sure it's timed in a good fashion so that you get something like that instead. I guess we can call that machine gun whipping or some shit. I don't know. Yo, Damper! Thanks so much for him 1,000 shits about my stream. Promise will at some point start a run at all. All right, Damper. It only took me like a month to learn all these strats. Okay. Well, if you want to start with all like the top level strats, it'll take a while to get the hang of it. Easier said than done. That is true. That is true. You do have to get the hang of timing, not only the down input, but also the letting go of Y input. Because if you let go of Y before you press down, it's just gonna straight whip. You have to be holding Y when the down input is pressed. So it's hold Y, tap down. And my trick really is to just be holding Y as long as possible. Just like, I don't know, just let go of Y for like a frame each, I'd say. That way you never have to worry about accidental straight whips at that exact point. And then, yeah, I mean, those are just the easy whip cancels. This boss allows for them very easily. There's also like the diagonal whip cancels. We'll get to that. And the up whip cancels you can also do. You can even do down whip cancels. It's possible to get 2 whips in the air. It's possible to get 2 whips in the air without losing animation frames. I'm not very good at it though. Wait, one more time. No. No. Oh, not quite. I'm not very good at it, but we never do that in the run anyway. That's all task garbage. Okay, I'm gonna get the music back. Yo, it's this song again. Holy shit. Okay, so yeah, there's no early orb grab for this. You just grab the orb as it's... As far as I know, there's no early orb grab for this. You just have to grab it out of the sky as high up as you can in your jump, and that's the fastest way to grab the orb. I'm sorry, Paul. I don't know how to Triforce this as much as I'd love to. That's nowhere near correct. Nope. I don't know how to Triforce in this stage, although it's useful. This is another point where I have 6 hearts right here, so this is another useful point where I can just like ditch my hearts. Make sure I'm down to 0 before I grab it. That'll save 2 frames per heart, at least by my count. And I didn't count in this stage necessarily. I counted in stage 3. I don't know if it's different for every stage, but that was my count. 2 frames per heart. And then it reaches the black screen transition. There's nothing you can do here in this cutscene at the end of stage 7 to make this transition happen any faster or slower. So it's just the orb grab, and then from here there's nothing you can do to make it faster or slower. Even if you fall in the pit early or late, it doesn't matter. The cutscene will end at the exact same time every time. You'll reach the black screen at the same time every time. Yeah, I know. I understand. I forgot how to do like even the basic Triforces like in stage 1 when I came back to this game. Using whips makes that transition slower. You're probably right because this crumble animation right here, that's a good point. I forgot about that. Or if you just leave a limp whip out. Hang on, I'm okay, hurry up. Countdown, hurry up. I want to make a save state. Okay, boop. Yep, that's lagging. That's lagging hard. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. If your whip is out, that will lag the screen. So don't do that. Just do nothing. You can jump around. Just don't use your whip. I beg you. We're on stage 8. What am I, 5.5 hours in? What should I do? I mean, that's essentially as far as I wanted to get today, was to this stage. And I wanted to do like 2 more streams. You know what I can do? Okay, I'll tell you what I can do. I can just go over everything that I covered today, all in one giant run. How about that? All right, so starting from stage 4. Let's see if I can even like. All right, so clip into that staircase. You see I was a little late on that one, so I pressed left to make sure I at least crouched into it. Neutral jump there is a little better than a straight right jump. He's going backwards, so I'm forced to have to deal with a shitload of lag, so that wound up being slower than the cross strat. They were close together, so I boosted off the second one, not the first one. Okay. Got kind of an unlucky pattern there, but that's okay. He died. Jump off the back of that bat, get close to that skeleton. 2, 3, 4. Now. Don't forget the cross plus whip. Okay, that was a pretty mediocre Plexel kill because I didn't get the 2 whips at the start. I instead got only 1. But that's okay. That just means 3 more whips. And he dies. I'm gonna do my way of doing this ring. Oops, I'm singing what's on my CRT. I forgot to. Maybe I should do this with the game sound instead of with the. Yeah, I'm gonna do that instead. I'm gonna start over this without the music. I might even just do like the first 3 stages as well. All right, so here we go. Yeah. Wait, no, you can't hear that. Sorry. Now you should be able to hear that. Okay, there we go. So right there, try to rub that block as little as possible. Right there. I use this part as an indicator for when to start whipping that skeleton. Don't forget to jump off of that staircase at the bottom, because there's a few walking frames you can prefer over stair frames. That's the medium pattern, so I'm gonna get. Yeah, that's exactly the same amount of time as throwing the cross. Okay, got a forward pattern there, so I was able to take him out with a down whip instead of a forward whip. Back of the bat, back of the skeleton. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. I didn't quite get it out, so I'm gonna have to do an extra. Sometimes the pellet in that ceiling, there's like a final pellet in that ceiling that can take you out. How did the ring tech to get the swag? How to get up like that? Oh yeah, it's. Well, I mean, I kind of showed how to like back it up in stage 3 if it happens to go wrong, like you got the wrong angle or something like that. It's basically the same as that. You just do a few diagonal whips until you wind up on top. It's just like some snaps up on the ring where you don't exactly hold Y, you just kind of tap it. And then you let go as soon as you reach like connection with the ring. So it's like, so I could even do it right here. It usually takes like 2 or 3 to get up on top like this, but usually when I'm up on top like this, I can do that. If not, if you don't want to learn this, there's the other way as well. 3, 4, 5, 6. Where you're doing swinging right there and extending your whip right at the end. I showed that earlier. I at least showed that earlier in case. They're both the same speed, so it makes no difference. Okay, that jump's tougher than it looks. So is this one. Fall off this, because jumping will clunk. Okay, I did that right, so this skeleton should be in the same spot every time. I'm going to take a boost off him because I have plenty of health. Otherwise, I'd try to avoid that boost and jump clean over him. Now we go for the zip. The zip might kill me. If it does, I'll just start over. We got it. That particular part of the music right there it always does that in the exact same spot, and it's like a victory jingle for whenever I get the zip. Okay, got that. I have enough health, so I'll take that boost. Right there, that's my visual, along with the music cue. Got a 6 HP opener. That's the best opener you can get. I got a bad knockback there, so that's kind of slow. That's also kind of slow. Got the early orb. That's really good. I was able to, yeah. I could tell that was going to be a pretty standard, maybe fast cutscene, just because of when in the middle of the damage tick I did the last shot of damage. Okay. Weed in the foreground, that's where you start your triangle. I got no harpies, lucky me. I feel like this won't be very instructive if I keep getting free harpies like that. But, you know. If not, that's cool too. It makes me look awesome because I'm able to just walk without taking any damage. Okay, we still have seen no harpies, so this is the freest harpies ever in my life so far. Let's see if we get any right here. There's one. My safety cross managed to take care of him. Okay, I decided to go for the neutral right there instead of the right, so that I have more of a chance of getting a high bat boost. Meat. Don't forget that bat after the meat. That's 15 hearts, so I don't need any more. There's 2 hearts in these 4 candles, and if I have like 13, that's fine. I like getting to 15. It's just my personal threshold. Okay, so stage 6. Okay, use the bat as a visual. As soon as he swoops over me, throw another low cross. Make sure those crosses are not high enough to hit the candles, so they can't frame roll on the zombies. Okay, jump over. Took that clunk so that I could jump further right. 1, 2, 3. There's a bat right here. Okay, I don't see an axe, so this axe will not bother me. Okay, just take those stair jumps there. There's not a spot where I can die, so let's find out. If not, I'll just start back from the start of this screen. Although we have to imagine that if I die here, that means I had to restart the run. I didn't cut it tight enough. It's okay, I'll go back there. So that right there is where a legit run would die. Oops, wrong one. Where is it? Right here. Okay, I've learned my lesson. I jumped way too late coming off of that second chandelier. I need to jump earlier. Okay, right there. I slipped right off. Dummy. Try again. This will be one of those days where it's like, man, I'm just dying on the chandelier every single time. Trust me, I've had many of those days where I just did the entire game perfect except for these chandeliers many times in a row. Oh, I missed it. I missed the 1 cycle, so I can still back it up with a 2 cycle here. I missed getting the clip into the block. So that's the only recourse. I have to wait like 7 seconds, get the crappy slow 2 cycle there. So I'm gonna try to see if I can get the 1 cycle here one more time, just because it looks like I need to practice it because I'm sucking at it. That's 3 in a row. I've missed it. Really? 4 times in a row? Are you kidding me? I've lost all of my timing for all of these jumps. Come on, baby. Okay. Right there. Right there. Right there. Right there. 1 frame. Clip. Jump. Now. Got it. Okay. That's the 1 frame. Or sorry, the 1 cycle. Okay, right there at the vertical board. Get that boost going forward. Use the clunk frames to wait out that chandelier. Neutral left. 1, 2. Delay because of the stupid axe on the ground. Those whips are safe. I think they're lagless, at least by my frame counts. Okay, base of the stairs right there, so I can take 2 damage instead of 3. Right there. That's the last clunk frame I can do because of the low spike. Right there. Right there. Ooh, yeah. Wait a little bit for him. Right there. Got the high axe. That imaginary platform in the center of those 2 spike platforms helps me get onto the, stairs a little faster. For diagonal whip, down whip. Right there. And right there. Oops. Okay, failed to jump out of the clunks. Okay, 1, 2, whip, 3, whip. 1, 2, wait, money bag, 3. One, 2, whip, whip, right there. Whip, whip, safety whip. And then, oh, I forgot the 3rd whip. No, I didn't. Never mind. I forgot. That cross deals with the last skeleton. Okay, so I did that right. Okay, missed the high boost, but I got the low boost as a backup. I have enough health to take all the table boosts. So let's take that one. Okay, watch the dancer pattern. That's a corner 1, so he will be in my way. Unless I have a cross that takes care of him. Nope. Yeah, so he was just forced to be in my way right there. I couldn't deal with him. Okay. You have enough time to get rid of 5 crosses there, which means I should have began that screen with 8. Because 8, then 3 to kill the boss, and then enough time to get rid of 5. So that means I'm going to lose 8 frames to a heart countdown there. That was my bad. Stage 7. Right there. That's kind of a weak jump, so this might not work. It worked. Okay, good. Clip into the stairs from as far left as possible. 2 bonk jumps. Got the low axe, so I don't have to deal with the low axe. Right there, right there, right there. I throw that cross just because I feel like it. It's not really necessary. Kill that guy so you can get your clunk jumps through him. Okay, that was kind of a weak stair clip. Up, down. Right there. Wiggle. Stair clip. High or low axe? High axe. So wait till it comes back. Boom. From the purple stripe in the spine of the book. That's where I jump from. Let it catch you right there. Boom. And then slight delay on that clunk jump. Fall down. Medium height whip. Get rid of that candle so the dog doesn't jump into you. Assume that it's going to take 5 hits to kill him. Fall off the stairs right there. 2 bats right there. 2 crosses. That should take care of all that. I have 5 HP missing, so that means take this damage. do the whip stun on that Axe Knight. Otherwise, avoid that damage. Okay, catch the cross on the way so that it lags less. Jump from there, earliest point to flip the platform. 1 frame jump off those stairs. Last possible frame. That was kind of weak. Boost off the balls. Kind of a weak stair grab there. High axe, so middle of the statue. Oh, I jumped over it, so now I have to back it up. Ooh, wow. Whoa, okay. Holy crap. Okay, 4th rumble. Well, 4.5. 4.5 to 5. Okay, when you grab the crosses, start doing more cross plus whips. And then just get rid of the rest of the crosses. And then bam. All right, so I was able to show some backups. Man, I really failed the chandelier section, but that was about it. It was otherwise pretty good. And yeah, that's tutorial day 2. Yeah.